Thank you for joining us tonight. Have your attention, please. One adjourned and reconvene for closed session. We are adjourning at 6:22 p.m. One also call the regular City Council meeting on Wednesday, April the 12th at 6:22 p.m.
Mr. Mayor, you may have said it, but there's nothing to report from closed session.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Attorney. For the record, there's nothing to report from closed session. And for the regular City Council meeting, Wednesday, April the 12th at 6:22 p.m. Want to request City Clerk to read the Metro replay schedule, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This meeting of the Elk Grove City Council will be replayed on Metro Cable Channel 14 on Friday, April 14th at 1 p.m. and Sunday, April 16th at 8 p.m. Is being closed caption will be webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. City Council meeting videos are also archived on the city's website at elkgrovecity.org. For members of the audience who may have personal electronic devices, please place them on silent mode during the meeting. The Elk Grove City Council welcomes, appreciates, and encourages participation in the City Council meeting. City Council requests that you limit your presentation to 3 minutes per person so that all present will have time to participate. City Council reserves the right to reasonably limit the total time for public comment on any particular noticed agenda item as it may deem necessary. If you wish to address the council during the meeting, please complete a speaker card, the blue cards, which can be found at the back of the chamber, provided to the Assistant City Clerk prior to consideration of that agenda item. Thank you.
You could call the roll, please.
For the roll call, Councilmember Nguyen. Here. Councilmember Hume.
Here.
Councilmember Soon.
Here.
Vice Mayor Detrick is absent, and Mayor Lee.
Here. And next item, please.
That'll take us on to the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, and let me see. Do I have a Boy Scout out there? We got one? None? Okay. I tell you what, let's invite the Executive Director of the Central Labor Council, Mr. Fabrizio. Why don't you lead us in the pledge, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The beginning of every regularly scheduled meeting, the City Council would also like to have a moment of silence, and I know that Councilman Hume, you wanted to...
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to close the meeting tonight in honor of two not only longtime Elk Grove community members, but longtime Elk Grove area families, Jane Morse and Jerry Strong, both passed away, and both families go back to the 19th century here in the Elk Grove area, so been around a while.
Absolutely. And join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. Next item, please.
Be approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to request that item 10.1 be moved up so that we can address it earlier.
Okay, 10.
Second that.
Got a motion second. Do we need a vote on that, or is it just consensus?
Is there a particular spot you want to drop that in as right away or after?
Right away,
particular
before the hearing items, before 9.1, after consent?
So after consent.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
10.1. All right. We have a consensus then. I'm fine with that. Okay, we have an agenda in front of us with the movement of a 10.1 in front of public hearings. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Oppose? Abstention? All right. Next item.
We have no closed session items under Section 3, which takes us to our presentations and announcements, starting with item 4.1, which is a presentation recognizing the service of Iris Zimbelman. And if I could invite Arnie Zimbelman to come up and meet our council representative up at the front. And I believe, Arnie, you also have someone joining you, Sandy Kukola.
If I could ask the whole council to come up with me?
All right.
Thank you.
Let's go now.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Kukola, and I am chair of the California Park and Recreation Society District 2 Recreation Parks and Leisure Hall of Honor Committee. CPRS, or California Park and Recreation Society, was founded. Hi.
We'll let you speak after me.
Oh, okay. I am sorry.
No, you're fine. So I was given the distinct honor to present this tonight on behalf of Iris. You know, there's a saying about when someone passes, they never really pass on as long as we remember them. And Arnie, as we approach the first anniversary of Iris's passing in May, when you look around out here, not only into the city, but the over 300 volunteers that participate for the Strauss Festival, and over 30,000 attendees that recognize and attend the festival, Iris will be in our memory forever. And it was embedded tonight with the recognition from the California Parks and Recreation Society, and I thank them for being here today. We'll hear from them in a minute. But we, the city, on behalf of the mayor and the city council, we just wanted to honor this moment, and we have a plaque here to appreciate that. And I'll just read a little bit. A lot of you know about Iris's trip to Austria with Arnie and getting the inspiration from Johann Strauss, bringing it back here to Elk Grove, and now we have something that we all get to enjoy every year. And I hope you all will go this year. It's going to be a great production. 30th. The 30th year. Thank you. Yes. So I'll just read this last part here. You know, whereas the California Parks and Recreation Society District 2 has inducted Iris into its prestigious Hall of Honors for her selfless devotion to creating a labor of love that has brought musical enjoyment to countless numbers of community members. Now there be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Elk Grove hereby celebrates the life of Iris Zimbelman, applauding her selection as the California Park and Recreation Society District 2 Regional Legacy 2017 Hall of Honor inductee, honoring her memory and service and expressing heartfelt gratitude to Iris Zimbelman for the tireless labor and devotion that has significantly enhanced the enjoyment of thousands of visitors who travel from all across the state year after year to enjoy the Strauss Festival of Elk Grove. So thank you, Arnie.
Thank you.
You guys want to say something? Yeah.
No, I don't know if Arnie wants to. She's gonna, do you want to say something?
Just wanted to say a quick thank you to everybody for coming out tonight, and to the Strauss board is here to support, and also to the council. You've been so good about providing funds every year for the Strauss Festival. We really do appreciate that, and we hope that can continue. Thank you again very much.
She's gonna read about
Okay, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about the California Park and Recreation Society. It was founded in 1946 as a nonprofit professional public interest organization. The California Park and Recreation Society provides career development, networking, resources, and is a public advocate for California park and recreation professionals. It represents more than 4,000 members and over 175 park and recreation agencies in the state of California. CPRS District 2, the Northeastern 19-county region, established the Recreation Park and Leisure Hall of Honor for the purpose of recognizing, documenting, and promoting parks, recreation, and leisure historical contributions. This program provides the opportunity to chronicle the events that have helped shape California's local park systems, leisure programs, and historical programs and facilities. Recognize significant programs, areas, or facilities, and sponsoring organizations, collaboratives, partnerships, foundations, and/or individuals. This year, Mrs. Zimbelman was honored with the legacy category. This category recognizes current or historical individuals or organizations who created the vision, championed, and led important and significant improvements to the quality of life in the region. And I guess we can all agree that that is very true of Mrs. Zimbelman. Other categories include Regional Treasure and Exceptional Leadership. The Regional Treasure category identifies historical significant programs, areas or facilities, and their sponsoring organizations, collaboratives, partnerships, individuals, and/or foundations. This year, the Sacramento Valley Conservancy and the Sacramento Tree Foundation were inducted in this category. The Exceptional Leadership category, we don't award this one very often. It's very prestigious. They just have to be at a certain level. The Exceptional Leadership category recognizes exceptional individuals who, by their actions, exemplify the outstanding principles and values of the park, recreation, and leisure movement. These leaders have inspired and served as excellent role models and made significant historical contributions to their communities and the regional quality of life in the region. The committee is extremely proud to induct Mrs. Iris Imbleman to the Hall of Honor Legacy category, class of 2017. Thank you.
All right, next item.
Take us to item 4.2, which is a presentation of funds generated by ticket sales from Elk Grove Night at the Kings to Elk Grove Food Bank Services in support of their building fund.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As you know, the city hosted the second annual Elk Grove Night with the Kings on February 12th at Golden One Center. We're so happy to have so many of you join us. As part of our partnership with the Kings, a portion of the ticket sales generated by the city were set aside to benefit a local charity. For the second consecutive year, the city chose to direct these funds to Elk Grove Food Bank Services to support their building fund. I'd like to invite Jerry Braxmeyer up from the Elk Grove Food Bank Board of Directors to accept the check and ask the council to come back down for a lovely photo op with our Publishers Clearinghouse size check to present tonight. Oh, great. So, we're getting. Here's the, I'll let the mayor do that. Betty, I'm sorry.
Well, she didn't see you here.
Sorry, I missed the walk. I was in Boston.
I wonder.
Chief Brax was one exchange. That one fits in the ATM right here.
This one is going to be a little bit difficult.
All right, everybody squeeze in there, please. And one more.
Thanks, guys.
Hi, I would like to thank you on behalf of the Elk Grove Food Bank and the clients that we serve for this very generous donation to our building fund.
I would second that. The relentless support that the Elk Grove City Council has given to the Elk Grove Food Bank has been amazing. And it's, without your guys' partnership, we'd be really, really pressed to do what we do on a daily basis and serve over 5,000 people that we serve every month. So congratulations. You guys are ambassadors for us, and we appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. And just real quickly, for those of you who do have your cell phones, please switch them over to silent mode, please. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Take us to item 4.3, which is a proclamation recognizing April 2017 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And meet up at the podium, if I could ask Mr. Mel Knox, representing the Sacramento County Children's Coalition, to step forward.
Hi. How are you? Very well. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I have the honor to present this proclamation to the Sacramento County Children's Coalition, and I'm not going to read the whereas, but I will share a personal story about child abuse, and that is about a decade ago, I took part in the foster system, hoping to be able to adopt a child. While that didn't come out to be where I got a chance to adopt a child, but I did get to learn about how many children go through and are abused on a daily basis. And what I've learned about what this Children's Coalition is able to do is not just find existing ways to prevent this, but also educate families about what child abuse is, because believe it or not, a lot of families don't know when they are abusing a child. And so this warms my heart to be able to present this proclamation to them tonight and honor that the Child Abuse Prevention Month be April 2017.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I do. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you, Mayor Lai and Council, for acknowledging Child Abuse Prevention Month. As you know, my name is Mel Knox. I am former Mr. Black Sacramento, and I'm currently the chair of the Sacramento County Children's Coalition. So I know there is not a lot of time to really talk about the great work that my Children's Coalition does to prevent child abuse in our community, but I will direct you to our website to learn more about who we are and what we do, and that's at dhhs.saccounty.net. I'd also like to use the rest of my time here to inform the City of Elk Grove that April 23rd through 29th is Parental Alienation Prevention Week. And parental alienation is undoubtedly a form of child abuse. It is a set of behaviors that are frequently present in high conflict divorces, separations, and custody arrangements. And they are designed to destroy a child's relationship with the other parent in many ways. The behaviors include speaking in a negative way about a parent to or in front of a child, or discussing inappropriate information with that child, such as details of the marriage, divorce or separation, court proceedings, or financial matters, which can not only destroy the loving bond between a child and loving parent, but can cause a child mental and emotional harm. As such, alienating tactics are emotionally damaging and psychologically confusing, and they rob children of their sense of security. So Parental Alienation Prevention Week is a week that is designed to increase the knowledge and understanding of this problem. And I'd like to share with the community that on Saturday, April 29th, the Children's Coalition is hosting a free community workshop for parents on the subject of parental alienation awareness. It will be held at the DHA building in Sacramento at 2700 Fulton Avenue from 1:30 to 4:30 p.m. It is, again, free, so all is welcome, but I do encourage everyone to express an interest and RSVP by either calling 916-875-1415 or by emailing noscea@saccounty.net. Again, I thank the city for recognizing Child Abuse Prevention Month, and I look forward to future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next item.
Item 4.4 is a proclamation declaring April 2017 as Fair Housing Month. And if I could ask representatives from the Renters Helpline Regional Partnership to come up to the podium, receive the item.
Thank you. So I'm going to skip the warehouses as well. This is a proclamation recognizing Fair Housing Month, April 2017. And Fair Housing Month is celebrated each April across the United States, and this year we celebrate the 49th anniversary of the enactment of the Federal Fair Housing Act of 1968 that basically ensures that every person has a right to shelter regardless of race, religion, sex, creed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And these folks respond to those complaints, and last year the most recent annual report by the State Department of Fair Employment and Housing found over 100 fair housing complaints were filed in Sacramento County. It's one amongst the highest in the state. So thank you very much for being there to provide an ear and some assistance and some guidance and make sure that one of the basic needs that we have as humans is not withheld from the least among us.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Thanks for your support. You guys going to take a picture of us, I hope? Good. Thank you. Thank you.
And if you'd like to say some words.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is John Foley, Executive Director of Sacramento Self-Help Housing. When the commission was, Human Rights Fair Housing Commission was dissolved a few years ago, we were asked to take over the fair housing portion of that. We currently have a collaboration of all the jurisdictions in the county cooperating in this, as you know. We get about 20 calls a month from your residents who are having a problem in their tenancy. We try to give them information on their rights and responsibilities as tenants. Often, this could end up just giving them courage to talk to their landlord about the need to get the toilet fixed or something that they're just afraid to even bring it up. Sometimes more serious. We subcontract with Project Sentinel, a fair housing attorney program, and they end up investigating a couple of those every month. It turns out about one a month turns out to be something that really becomes a case, and they follow up on that. I guess the most dramatic case that we had last year was just outside the city limits, but the landlord was actually discriminating against households with children, and ended up paying about $440,000 to settle that case. So it can sometimes get to be a big deal. We're much more interested in educating landlords. Over the next couple of months, we'll be doing seminars with the Rental Housing Association and Project Sentinel all over the county. The one that'll be here in this building will be on June the, I want to get this right, June the 8th at 9 o'clock in the morning. And we'll have people from Rental Housing Association and Project Sentinel to particularly focus on working with landlords. As you know, some of the guidance from HUD has changed, and particularly on criminal background checks, and just giving people an update on that and helping them to be better landlords is certainly a big part of trying to keep people housed and keep people safe. So thank you for your support. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry. I should say, if someone does need to call us, the number is 389-7877. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
I'll take us to Section 5, our public comment.
Public comment. We have our first speaker is Bishop Chris Baker. Following Mr. Baker is Lynn Wheat.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Bishop Chris Baker. Although I don't live in Elk Grove, not of yet, but I stand before you for the fact that I've read some things concerning Elk Grove and the Cosumnes District. And what I read is that you're slow in your looking into your lack of diversity in various capacities of work. And I stand in your presence to disagree with that, due to the fact that it takes time to look into lack of diversity, what you need to fix, where you need to fix it, and the comments that was made that it would be silly for Elk Grove to audit itself. And I stand in disagreement of that. There are several cities that audited themselves and found the need to fix certain areas of their employment departments. So I stand in agreement to say that I think Elk Grove is moving in the right direction, and if everyone works together and put aside their differences and their biases, we can move Elk Grove to better than where it's at now if we work together and get there. And that's my comment. Thank you for having me, and I will be a resident of Elk Grove next year.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Next speaker is Lynn Wheat. Following Lynn Wheat is Joy Jones.
Good evening, Lynn Wheat, Citizen Planner. Tonight I want to speak to you in general terms regarding city incentives. Over the years, our city has handed out incentives to businesses and developers in a variety of ways in an effort to promote our town and to generate sales tax revenue. I find it interesting that through the efforts to increase our business-friendly and home developer environment, what remains to be seen or discussed is the success of the programs. You, our council, set the policy for which staff is obliged to follow, whether staff believes it is in the best interest of residents or will generate the revenue you are seeking. We gave Pappas and the Department of Health Corrections $3.3 million in 2011, intent on opening up the market to bring more state and government jobs to our city. How has that worked out? This was to be approximately 1,600 jobs, with the majority of employees Elk Grove residents. However, the number of Elk Grove residents was reported at 375. We also provided reverse bus passes for those living outside of Elk Grove. I heard at the meeting the employees would be buying cars from our dealerships and would eat at our restaurants. I'm happy to share that the valuable amenity of the local trails and benches provides the employees with a great area to brown bag it. What is the result of this $3.3 million investment? The result was the Department of Health Corrections came back to the city for another $81,000 to bring another 64 jobs to our city. This tells me we are not going to get any state jobs relocating here without our tax dollars buying the jobs. Our city has handed out $650,000 to the auto mall dealerships, along with providing taxpayer funding wayfinding signs. Yes, I recognize that the auto mall generates the majority of sales tax revenue for our city. What information I'd like to have is, giving this amount, did we boost our competitiveness with Roseville and Folsom? Are the sales here above the other locations? The city over the years has sank $12 million into Old Town and most recently purchased the railroad property. And yet there is no report indicating the return on the investment. Interestingly, one year an ice rink was brought to Old Town to boost visitors to the area and businesses. This came at a loss to our city of somewhere around $125,000. What objective data was provided to indicate success or failure of the ice rink by local businesses? Did their sales increase during that time period? The feedback received from the business was that they liked it. We further helped the businesses out by paying $10,800 yearly to have free parking available. I'd like to know if you, as our representatives, can objectively state what the return on our investments has been. I, as a taxpayer, have heard council discussing raising our sales tax to fix our roads. I deserve an answer to this question. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next speaker is Joy Jones. Following Joy is Mike Barbaum.
Good evening. My name's Joy Jones. I'm an E-Tran rider. I take the commuter bus. And about a year ago, we got a little notice like this on the bus seat that they were talking about altering the bus routes, the commuter and local routes. And so we had a nice focus group meeting, got together, the presentation about the changes, had a very good discussion, I thought, about why many of us had concerns about the changes. And we left that meeting thinking that, well, not thinking, assured that this is still open for discussion, we're going to take your feedback, incorporate it, and we'll have further discussions. Well, we heard nothing, and I've checked the website. I didn't see anything about new proposals. I didn't see anything about new meetings. So quite honestly, I thought the whole thing got dropped. They kept telling us they make money on the commuter route, and they didn't want to do anything to alienate the riders. So I was sort of encouraged by that. So a couple weeks ago, we got the same exact notice. It looks just like the one that was on the seat before. And I'm thinking, oh, another focus group, great. I'll go on the website, see the proposal, and which I did, and I had a lot of concerns, and a lot of riders did as well. Well, you can imagine my surprise when I show up, and this is not a focus group meeting, it's a vote. So I would ask that you postpone the vote on 10.2, table it. Let's do our focus groups again. Let's get some impact from the people that actually ride the bus. Quite honestly, if you adopt this, just on the principle of we were assured we'd get input and we didn't get it, a lot of people will stop riding for that reason alone. And then some of us will stop riding because the proposal is just far too inconvenient. It's much different than what we have now, and even much different from what was proposed a year ago. It's a lose-lose. I love riding the bus, but if these changes go through, I'll probably be forced to have to start driving. And it's certainly a loss for the city. You guys are going to lose a ton of money. So if you would postpone this vote, let us get together and talk about it. That's really all I'm asking. That was what was agreed to at the meeting, and I'm really disappointed that, as far as I could tell, there was never any opportunity to discuss this before it came before the city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Mike Barbaum. Mike, am I pronouncing your last name correctly? You correct me.
Good evening. It's Mike Barnbaum.
Barnbaum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Mike Barnbaum, head of the Ride Downtown 916 grassroots organization. I had the opportunity to attend the Regional Transit Board meeting on Monday. There wasn't anything to report out of specific to Elk Grove, but Elk Grove would be interested in Regional Transit's discussion about the route optimization study. The district is going through their own study, much like you are, as you will hear item 10.2 in more detail much later for Elk Grove. But they're going through a very big picture, blank slate look at their entire bus route network and how they can better serve routes within their own destinations and provide connectivity to other regional transportation services, including but not limited to E-Tran and South County Transit Link as well. Director and County Supervisor Don Natoli had attended the March meeting of the San Joaquin Joint Powers Authority. Let me state on the record on behalf of both myself and Councilmember Hume, apologies, we were not able to attend. My work schedule was very bogged down that I had to stay back at the workplace and wasn't able to go. We're hoping to have a good attendance at one of the upcoming meetings later in the year. Director Natoli did mention that the board did adopt the next meeting location and date will be Friday, May 26th at the County Board of Supervisors chambers in Fresno County. And that is within walking distance of the train station. The focus of this group now is the morning express service and how to get trains to Sacramento for work days and meetings throughout the Central Valley. And last but not least, thank you, Director and Council Member Suen, on your request to move up item 10.1 prior to the public hearing. On that note, and in the spirit of it, Mayor, I'd have a request for you and the council to consider, and because of the late night, to consider moving up item 10.2 immediately after 10.1, but like 10.1 before the public hearings are to be heard. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. There's a request.
I think we've already approved an agenda at this point.
All right. Thank you. All right. Next speaker is Mark Graham, and then following Mark is Sharon Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. My name is Mark Graham, and I live in Elk Grove. I knew this was going to be a popular meeting because the parking lot was totally full. I'm here to recommend that when the staff analyzes SB 649, this is a Senate bill on wireless telecommunications facilities, that, well, basically that the city should oppose it. I emailed the council and staff about this yesterday. You probably got my email, it's quite long. And I did get a reply back from your staff that the staff is taking a look at it. The basic problem is this. SB 649 will strip away the power of local governments to say no to when a telecommunications corporation applies for a permit to place what they call small cells. A small cell is a newfangled high-tech cell phone transmitter antenna onto light poles and utility poles in the public right-of-way. They could submit an application to put one in the city of Elk Grove or 5,000, as many as there are utility poles and light poles. All the good work of the city staff, the city planners and so on would be essentially disregarded, and the application would have to be approved once it's filed. The thinking here behind it is that 5G of the next generation of cell phone technology is going to bring all kinds of financial bonanzas, but they're simply not looking at the health argument. The health argument is this. We already know, due to many scientific studies, that the wireless radiation, radio frequency and microwave radiation that comes off of our current cell towers and antennas, and even cell phones, is hazardous to human health. And I put some of the links to that information in the email that I sent the council and staff yesterday. 5G technology is going to be even more hazardous to human health because they found a way to put more data onto each wave. Imagine a sine wave. And they're placing it close to people's homes. Like I said, in the public right-of-way. You could wake up one morning and find the guy from the telecom corporation installing one of these small cells on the light pole that could be as close as 20 feet from your house or 20 feet from your office. Neither the council nor the individual will have any right to say no or to turn that radiation down or off. People will be, here are the consequences. It causes insomnia, tinnitus, difficulty concentrating, suppressed melatonin production, leakage of the blood-brain barrier, we'll get into scientific stuff, learning and developmental disabilities, and cancer, according to the National Toxicology Program. The Senate Committee on Governance and Finance will hear this on April 26th. I am recommending that the city write to that committee and say, we want the committee to look at the health argument and the supporting evidence. They've completely ignored it. There really is a lot of scientific evidence that says this should not be placed outside of people's homes, and the number one reason that the council might say no to it is to protect the health and safety of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Kara, I know that on item 8.9 on the consent calendar, we're approving our legislative agenda. It would appear to me, based on what Mr. Graham just said, that this would fall under our opposition of any legislation that seeks to wrest local control away from the city. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that's accurate. So we're looking at the bill right now, and we have been looking at it for about a week and a half. We'll be in touch with our state lobbyists next week. They're not in the office this week, but it would probably fall under our local control category, where we would most likely oppose the bill.
Thank you.
Kara, did the League of Cities weigh in on this as well?
I'm not sure, but I will find out when I talk to our lobbyist.
Okay,
And then I'll
thanks.
circle back with Mr. Graham next week.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Sharon Anderson and then Mark Doty.
No, we're not a tag team. Hi, Sharon Anderson, resident of City of Elk Grove since 92, 87 if you want to count it more. But the city is younger than how long I've lived here. And as such, I know that we are still going through quite a bit of growing pains in figuring out what we want to do, how we want to do things. And I request that the council give really solid direction to its departments that are doing a really fantastic job at this point in presenting changes to our municipal code. Our municipal code is how we prevent anarchy in our city. And this has nothing to do with 10.1. This is in general overall, because I had an occasion to glance at the Elk Grove Citizen, and I saw that a public hearing is being scheduled at the Planning Commission next week to review some major changes to our municipal code. And had I not looked at that, I never would have known. Let me ask you, do you know the difference between a 1-ton truck and a 5-ton truck?
About 4 tons.
Thank you. That was really good. I don't visually know the difference between a 1-ton truck and a 5-ton truck. There's a huge, beefy amount of information that's just going to skate right through, just like other things have sort of skated through. What I would propose is that if there are any major changes to our how to prevent anarchy code, that it be done in a not so much inside baseball fashion that we are currently. When I read the item, it was so inside baseball. It's good for the planners. It's good for people who enforce the codes. It's great. For me, I don't know visually the difference between a 1-ton and a 5-ton truck that's going to be allowed to be parked on city streets if the code gets changed. I had no idea. I would propose that if we have these sorts of changes in the future, that somehow they be roundhoused with the residents and be shown, here's the change. It's relaxing or it's making it more strict. Here's who it affects. Here's the dollar cost. Here's a pictorial, in a sense. What is a 5-ton truck? Is it like a semi? Because we've already established that you can't park semis in our city, but they still do. So we need to get a little bit more engagement from the citizenry so that we understand when codes are going to be loosened. And that's what I'm sensing is happening again. So with your direction, I think we can maybe do something a little bit different. So that was my spiel. So get at it.
Thank you, Sharon. Mark Doty.
Mayor, council members, Mark Doty, resident. I'll be very brief. The agenda is very long, and I'm going to be talking on a few items later, but I want to give kudos to Elk Grove PD. I've had my first interaction with them over the weekend when my neighbor's bike was stolen out of his garage that I witnessed, and the perpetrator subsequently pulled a knife on the individual, and Elk Grove PD was on it, quickly nabbed the guy, got ID'd by multiple people, and he's out of here. Anyway, first time dealing with PD, and you're not going to like me later when I talk to you, so I figured I'd throw out something nice now. So anyway, I mean, very professional. I mean, your guys were awesome, Chief. So they even took me for a ride in the back of their car to go ID the guy, and I wasn't the guy. And man, I would not want to do that ever with handcuffs on. Anyway, great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing that there are no additional speakers signed up, next item, please.
Takes us to Section 6, our general administration information.
Thank you, Jason. Mayor and council members, given the length of the agenda this evening, I'm going to give a broad brush as to what is in the report, and you can find this report online on our website in the city manager section. First, just to let you know that the city was awarded a $250,000 grant from the state's Systemic Safety Analysis Report Program that will help to fund the analysis of collision patterns throughout the city. Earlier last week, the California legislature adopted a $5.2 billion transportation package. This package is also known as SB1. We'll invest $54.4 billion over the next 10 years, with the revenues being split equally between state and local investment. We estimate for fiscal year 18, we should receive close to $1 million in new road maintenance funds. In fiscal 19, we should receive almost $3 million in new road maintenance dollars through SB1. We anticipate the governor to sign this bill shortly when he and the legislature come back from spring recess. Moving to the general plan, there is a joint study session tomorrow, April 13th at 6 o'clock here in council chambers. The council and commission will be asked to provide specific direction on policies related to roadway efficiency, safety, and vehicle miles traveled, as well as future annexations. Also, to be aware that traffic controls continue to be in place from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. through Friday at the intersection of Waterman and Sheldon roads while crews perform maintenance and cleanup work on the roundabout. This Saturday, the city's second annual cross-training fitness challenge, the Elk Grove Gauntlet, returns, and 30 teams will be competing in front of City Hall from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. again this Saturday, the 15th. This Tuesday, April 18th, the city's Multicultural Committee will host a moderated discussion on Elk Grove No Place for Hate. That discussion will take place here in council chambers again Tuesday, April 18th, 6 o'clock. Also, we have some recycling events scheduled for Saturday, April 29th. Folks can bring mattresses for recycling, as well as car air filters. Mattresses will be collected at City Hall from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The used oil filters can be taken to O'Reilly Auto Parts on Elk Grove Boulevard between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. Again, this information is included in the Integrated Waste Department's website as well. Also, on April 30th, the Elk Grove Youth Commission is hosting the Elk Grove Sports Mania, a teen sporting event at Pleasant Grove High School on Sunday, April 30 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and there'll be more information forthcoming. Moving to the standing citywide initiatives update, we talked about the general plan update. With regard to the aquatics complex, the council awarded the project to Arntz Builders at a special council meeting on March the 29th. That contract is now being processed, and we expect a notice to proceed will be issued by the end of April, and we are working on a groundbreaking ceremony to be scheduled in May. Moving to the Capital Southeast Connector project, the Joint Powers Authority released the environmental document on March the 10th. Comments were due by April 10th. Additionally, a workshop was held on April 5th to take public comments on the environmental document. With Railroad Avenue property in Old Town, the site work is under construction and the restroom work contract is being executed. With regard to the animal shelter, the operations consultant and design consultant have completed 30% of the schematic designs. There was a workshop held here on April the 3rd, and attendees were presented with the progress that's been made toward the shelter. Renderings of the project were available, and we provided opportunities to ask questions of the project team. That concludes my report for this evening.
Good. Thank you. Next item is council comments or reports. Let's go to Councilman Hume.
Well, it's a very applause-friendly crowd, so I won't ruin that, and I'll try and be brief. I emceed the Teen Idol semifinals 2 Fridays ago, and the winner of that contest, which was announced last Friday, will sing the national anthem at the start of the Amgen tour when it comes into town, coming up this next month. Then I was the auctioneer at the Explorers Crab Feed, had a great time over there, great organization, great turnout, and good money raised for a great program. I attended the Sheldon community meeting where we discussed the potential for a tractor supply project in the Sheldon area. We also discussed an update on the connector project, and then I discussed a kind of a vision for the Sheldon commercial area. And then I had some staff from the San Joaquin Joint Powers Authority, as well as our staff, met and kind of got an update on the potential for a passenger rail stop in Elk Grove. And what I took away from that meeting is that best case scenario, if all the planets aligned and money fell from the sky, it's at least 5 years before we would be able to get that stop if they change subdivisions, and that essentially it's fiscally unsound for us to try and build a stopgap measure, even though that could potentially have a shelf life of 10 years. So we're kind of stuck at the moment, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Councilwoman.
Applause?
Councilwoman Nguyen.
I attended my first Elk Grove State of the City dinner and was able to hear the mayor give his speech. Very well done. And I also attended my very first time running of the elk, which was widely attended. I enjoyed that very much. I also was able to present a proclamation for the Talk They Hear You Day, which is a campaign hoping that parents will educate their children about underage drinking, because believe it or not, there are quite a few number of youth who are underage that are drinking for the first time before they turn 21. And so the idea is that we start talking to our children about that as early as you can. I also attended the Walk to Remember, which was a walk honoring 5 American soldiers who were killed in combat in Iraq. And it was a great event up until the mayor gave his speech and several of us were there, and it just started to pour right before we were getting ready to walk. But it was still a phenomenal event.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Soon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just piggyback off that. Also attended the Walk to Remember. The added bonus there was that Louis Conter, one of 5 remaining survivors from the USS Arizona at Pearl Harbor, was there as a special guest. His daughter is actually an Elk Grove resident, so little consolation to the rain. Attended the Explorer Crab Feed as well. Councilman Hume did a great job emceeing, as always. State of the City also. Mayor also good job hearing what's going on in the city. And then we had a council retreat where we went over our imperatives and strategies for the next 2 years. So that was it was a good experience. It was good for us to check in on those objectives as well. Attended the last joint session workshop for the general plan update. For Sacramento Area Council of Governments, attended our Land Use and Natural Resources Committee. There, we continue to hear about all the challenges we're having for federal funding for our road projects and transit. So we hope that Congress will be successful in reestablishing what we call a Tiger Grant program and Fast Lane grant that will help Camera Road and the multimodal station. Camera Road, I bring that up because I also was able to attend an economic development champions seminar sponsored by the Greater Sacramento Economic Council that continues to reinforce that we're heading in the right direction in terms of getting Camera Road done, so that Camera Road abuts 300 acres of office-owned land. The sooner we're able to provide access to that land and get office buildings built, we will have the best chance of attracting employers. Incentives, we can debate about that all day long, but definitely there is compelling evidence that we need facilities built that so that companies can see them, that they're ready to move in. So lastly, I just attended the Teen Idol finals, and so got to hear the finalists sing, or the winners sing, I should say, and that was quite a treat as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I had an opportunity to work with the search committee for the next executive of the Sacramento Metro Air District, and we are down to 3 candidates. Also happy to report that took part in the Global Medical Foundation and the CNU Medical School in a talk about potential medical missions abroad and providing opportunities for our future doctors to have rotations in third world countries. Had the opportunity to participate with the American Legion Post 233's fundraiser. Had an opportunity to engage with the community members at the Elk Grove Library in immigration talks. Had an opportunity to present an education and sharing resolution to the Jewish community in observance of Passover. And also had an opportunity to speak at the Asian Pacific Youth Leadership Conference. And that is all.
Mayor Lee, may
Yes.
I ask Councilmember Soon if he has a council agenda item possibly about bikes?
Thank you very much, Laura, for reminding me. So the other thing that's been coming up with SACOG is the bike program. At the last meeting, I mentioned it as a bike share program, I should say. And I'd like to request council permission to allow staff to continue to investigate this program. I think that there's an opportunity for us to perhaps employ this program in a test pilot scenario within the city, or at the very least enable us to get in negotiations sooner than what the current Sacramento Area Council of Governments is proposing. And why this came up is the Sacramento Council of Governments was originally ready to adopt, we were ready to approve award a contract at the last Board of Directors meeting that would have allowed Sobe Bikes to expand into West Sacramento, Davis, and Sacramento as that test pilot program. That SACOG handles the expenses of that. But Elk Grove, Elk Grove, Rancho Cordova, Citrus Heights, those communities were also looking to get on board. That stopped because the City of West Sacramento mayor stumbled across another program called Lime Bike, and they're out of the Bay Area. They offered the same type of bike, whereby these bikes are GPS tracked, so you get them on the app on your phone. You can see where they're at. They're not necessarily. They can be at a docking station, or they can be at other places. They self-lock, and you're able to just using your app. You're able to unlock the bike and pay for the bike and be on your way until you don't need it anymore, and then you just get off of it and lock it, and there you go, ready for the next person. So this Lime Bike company, as I understand it, would come in and actually at a fifth of the cost of what the Sobe Bike was going to do, and in terms of paperwork, they would come in, offload the bikes. If you like them, great. If you don't, they'll come back in and pick them up. So virtually no investment on our side, and I don't necessarily foresee us riding from one side of the city to the other, but I do see opportunities for us to have pockets of areas where we might ride. For instance, if you live on the east side, you might want to ride down to the railroad property and entertain, Brewfest or the farmers markets down there. If you live on the west side, you might want to ride down to have dinner at Oz, the Korean barbecue restaurant over there. So there's opportunities that in the city, I think, in order for us to encourage different modes of transportation, and it's one that can be done in a cost-effective manner and one at low risk. But it's something that I think we need to do a little bit more investigation in terms of the details. At the very least, I would like us to be armed with that information such that if or when the SACOB program, SOBI program comes before us, we'll be better able to respond.
Awesome. Yeah, I support that.
Okay, thank you. I know it was a long-winded response, but there was a lot of background to it. Thanks.
Okay. Next item.
Take us to Section 8, our consent calendar items.
Okay, and I see that there are no speakers signed up, so I want to open and close public comment opportunity, and I will entertain a motion.
Move the consent calendar.
Got a motion?
Second.
Got a second? All in favor?
Abstain. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to abstain 8.5, please.
From which one?
8.5.
8.5. For the record, Councilmember Quinn is abstaining from 8.5. And should we move with the amendment? Good? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstention? All right. Next item.
From approval of the agenda, we advanced to item 10.1 to be heard after the consent calendar items, and that's discussion and direction on possible zoning code amendments related to setback parking restrictions imposed on recreational vehicles.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Shane Diller, the Assistant Development Services Director. This item is an item that's returning to you at your request from the last meeting. The February 22nd meeting, a discussion was held examining the current RV parking setbacks on private property that are contained in the zoning code. And the council at that time directed staff to craft an ordinance amendment to be brought back that would repeal those private parking standards. And at the last meeting, council, during council comments, had asked that a new discussion be agendized. I don't have a formal presentation at this point. The staff report primarily points back to the staff report of February 22nd. Not much has changed in the landscape at this point. We have a few more complaints that are on hold, and we've received significant public comment regarding the item into the city clerk's office and into the Development Services Department. At this point, I'm available for questions in regards to the review of the standards themselves or the options that are available, and staff's prepared to take any direction.
I do have a quick question, Mr. Dillard. What was the overwhelming consensus from the community?
The overwhelming consensus was to keep the standards as they are now, to restrict the parking of the RVs in the setbacks as the zoning code currently contains. There was some language or there was some feedback to amend the standards, and there was some feedback specifically dealing with on-street parking issues that weren't related, but it was very heavily tilted towards keeping the current standards.
Do you have a breakdown, percentage, or anything of that sort?
I don't have a percentage, as I did at one point where it was in the 95th percentile. It continued to come in over the last few days, and so that number is probably a little skewed. But even in the last few days, all but one of the communications that I saw were in favor of keeping the current standards.
Okay. All right. Any questions?
Well, I see that there's quite a few people signed up to speak, and I certainly don't want to deny anyone their right to due process, but I was one of the early proponents of bringing this item back to be considered. And then, I have to say, I was in that sort of 95th, 97th percentile as I was tracking the emails coming in. There's been a few coming in favor of recently, but the funny thing that I've found is it's like that telephone game that you used to play as a kid. because some of the emails of what people thought we were considering, I mean, allowing them to park on the front lawns, or that we were going to ban them from, barely sticking over the back fences. But anyway, I certainly want to allow anyone who would like to speak the opportunity to speak, but I am fully in favor at this point of keeping things as they are.
Go ahead. So John, we needed to bring it back because we took action on it last time, so I think the consensus is there, but if maybe people do not feel the same way, do we allow them to speak?
If anyone who wants to speak certainly has a right to speak.
right.
But I think what I'm hearing from at least one of your council members is the idea to keep things as they are. So if that ends up being the consensus of the council, then we'll take no action on the code.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm trying to figure out how do we navigate the due process, because some people may not agree with what we're about to do.
Yeah, well, again, they have a right to speak if they want to. If you want to give your preliminary comments and then hear a public comment, you can certainly do that, but they have a right to speak.
Okay.
Well, and I see the woman who brought the issue to the forefront to begin with. I'm sure she might have some comments. So maybe we just do this. If you're in favor of keeping it as it is, when your name's called, to stand up and say, do the right thing, or whatever way you want to say.
All right. With that in mind, let's jump right into public comment. Want to open public comment. The first speaker that we have in line is Peter Aranda.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I spoke with you on the February 22nd meeting as well about this. I appear to be definitely in the minority tonight as far as making some changes to the existing regulations. But one of the things that I've seen and what I'd like to talk about is a lot of the information going around right now about what's being proposed and what's not being proposed. Myself and the other lady that spoke last time, we don't want unrestricted RV parking. We're not saying pull it on the lawn or let it sit in front of your house and run down. We're asking for a reasonable change with specific guidelines of what you can and cannot do. And I've submitted some photos to the council of what I'm talking about. This is on our property, and this is what I was talking about last time. As you can see, we've graded the property, paved it with drainage to match the existing landscaping. From the photos, you can also see that we do not impose at all on our neighbors on the right-of-way. It's not this big towering monstrosity that's an inch from the house and hanging over the top. So there's still access all the way around the vehicle where fire department can get in, police can get in, and that's what we were looking for, is some reasonable accommodations with regulations that if someone does take, a 60-foot travel RV and parks it up against their neighbor's house, they can still call code enforcement and say, we can't have this. Yeah, it's on their property, but it's only 3 inches away, so that there's some regulation. We were just looking for something as a reasonable accommodations for that. Is what we want change. I'm in no way in any favor of unrestricted parking in the street or anywhere else. The other thing I see a lot too is crime. People seem to be very worried that parking RVs in your driveway or trailers or anything of that nature is going to have an increase in crime. And while, yes, someone may use it as a meth lab, someone may use it to sell people or all kinds of comments, I'm sure as our chief of police will agree, the thing about criminals is they don't really care about the law. These things are going to happen whether we put a restriction in place or not. If I want to make a meth lab and use an RV, I don't care what the law is already. I'm going to put the trailer there. So without hard statistical data, and we're seeing a lot of stuff online, I'm sure you've gotten the emails and from what I've seen, where people are just thinking we're going to be burning the town down if we allow this. But without that hard statistical data to prove that, I really don't think that should be a consideration, because crime is a problem, and existing laws will take care of that. If you run a meth lab in your house or in your backyard or in a trailer parked in your street, it's against the law, no matter what the ordinance is for the city. And there are existing laws that would deal with that crime. Well, what we should look at is what is a reasonable accommodation where a community, where people have to get together, we all live together, and we make compromises one way or the other. There's some things we can do and some things we can't. How can we make our community in a way that we can have some accommodations for everyone and still have some reasonable restrictions, that things don't get out of hand? It's not going to be the anarchy if you decide to change it for some things that we see. Okay, maybe East Berlin decided to let their residents park their RVs in their driveways, but that didn't cause the Berlin Wall to fall. Okay, we're not going to riot in the streets. But we do need to make sure that whatever changes are made, code enforcement has clear guidelines as to what they can and can't do. So residents that have concerns, it's like some of the things I've seen, they're reasonable concerns. They have an avenue where they could address that, where those of us who want to change the code in a certain way would have our direction of what we can do to follow. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Jim Bentley. Mr. Bentley. Jim here? Mr. Bentley? There he is. Following Jim is Dan Moore.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'll be brief. My argument's pretty simple. RVs reduce visibility. I have raised 3 daughters in the city of Elk Grove. We've ridden scooters and bicycles on sidewalks. I've got a daughter that'll be learning how to drive in about a year and a half, and picturing her backing out from behind an RV is not a pleasant thing to think of. Shannon Way, my street, has a radius on it. You put RVs on the street, we play in the street, we put cones out, you're gonna diminish driver visibility. You're gonna have problems with pedestrians, you're gonna have problems with cyclists being seen. That's my number one concern. RVs may or may not be an eyesore, and that's a complete granted opportunity. I've seen some gorgeous $100,000 plus RVs that I would be envious of to even live in. But they can be an eyesore, and that is an issue that's a sliding scale. RVs provide cover and concealment for people either doing property crime or possibly residential crime. That's something that was discussed when we set up our neighborhood watch program, keeping bushes, trees, things like that free from the front of buildings, houses. RVs block access to garages, which prevents cars from parking in them, which then clutters our streets. I live in Laguna Ridge, brand new, beautiful housing development. And when you put cars on both sides of the street, it is a very crowded place. Trying to get 2 cars passing each other in the same direction doesn't happen. We're into the mode of pulling onto the side and allowing other people to pass. I would challenge you to try and get a fire truck down some of these streets with cars on both sides. RVs clutter our streets. Granted, there are RVs allowed to park in setbacks from 2006 and beyond. RVs can park on property with screens, with fences. I've seen plenty of them. There are plenty of responsible RV owners who do that. Mr. Samarari, a friend who purchased a house that my wife and I bid on a couple years ago, purchased the property because of the setback. And I was glad he got the home. We got our home as well. 72 hours is permissible on the street. That's reasonable. If Grandma and Grandpa come for Christmas for 2 weeks, all they need to do is come down to the City of Elk Grove Police Department and request an extension. That's reasonable. There are 14 facilities immediately around the Elk Grove area that take RVs. I called several of them. Prices range from anywhere from $90 to $175. I've heard if you go out a little bit further, they can go below $90 a month. RV facilities are also increasing their storage space. One that I spoke to is doubling his spaces up to 200 spots. When we look at the ease of keeping an RV in your property, I understand that's an ease factor. I don't know how to say forego in the past tense. I passed on the opportunity to have a free pop-up trailer for my parents, like new. I passed on the opportunity because I didn't want to pay a monthly fee to store it. I'm a teacher. I don't have lots of money to blow on toys like that. I was responsible with my money and my choices. Sacramento doesn't allow RVs parking in driveways indefinitely. Folsom doesn't, Roseville doesn't. That's my time. All I would say is, as we are considering what we want our city to look like and how we want it to be, I would ask you to consider keeping the code the way it is, let code enforcement do their job in a way that's not confusing or not hard to enforce because of changing or relaxing of codes. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. Dan Moore. Following Dan is Jack Edwards.
Yeah, my name's Dan Moore. Just to save time, I'm just going to keep it short. I'm opposed to changing the code. We don't want to turn our neighborhoods into RV parks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jack Edwards. Following Jack Edwards is Keith Smothers.
Hi, my name is Jack Edwards, and I've lived and worked in Elk Grove since the 70s. And I want to first of all say thank you to the mayor and to the council for the time and effort you put in to try to make this a better place for all of us to live. I've talked with my friends, and I've got signatures here from 85 friends, so we don't have all of us lined up, that want you to leave the regulations as they are. I can talk for another 20 minutes, but don't need to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Keith Smothers, Mr. Smothers. Following Keith is Annette Fisher.
First of all, I want to say thank you, and I'm pleased and I'm relieved to hear what you had to say prior to this. I guess my big takeaway after this, and I do oppose the trailer parking situation changing. I did own a motorhome for many years. In fact, the person that bought my motorhome still parks it in the storage facility where I had it for years. And what I ask is, to the very first gentleman that spoke, in issues that come up of this nature, that rather than allowing a firestorm, to envelop and take over, and I believe what I saw, friends going after each other. They were going by first name, and they seemed pretty personal about it. And it would be nice to avoid those situations. And the gentleman that spoke first, his view is different than mine, but I would love to have a conversation with him. I would love to be at a round table to discuss what can work, what's right, what works for the city, and what works for everybody. And I'm all about making Elk Grove great, and I think I've demonstrated that to everybody here. And I just appreciate you, taking your position, and I would love to work with anybody on any issue, with regard trailers and whatever comes in the future. To be a good steward, to be a good citizen, and to work together so we don't act like and show to other communities that we don't have it together. And I just want to thank you, and I want to thank everybody for taking a pause on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Annette Fisher. Following Annette is Lynn Wheat.
Hi, my name is Annette Fisher. I have a son with Down syndrome, so I've been involved with persons with disabilities ever since we moved to Elk Grove area. Elk Grove has been a very open and welcoming community for persons with disabilities. We have several programs within our city compound where the persons with disabilities walk around and take pedestrian-style trips through town. On my neighborhood, I have little children that go to and from school. I have seniors in wheelchairs walking to and from, and I'm seriously concerned about the fact that visibility will present a hazard to these persons. Children are impetus. They just respond. They don't stop and look. Persons in wheelchairs are lower, so they would possibly put them at risk. Our neighborhoods have increased in size. We have more neighborhoods than we used to have. Our streets are narrow, so there's not a lot of room for parking, as was mentioned before. So I'm opposed to having RVs here because I feel it's a safety factor for our children, our seniors, and our persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Lynn Wheat. Following Lynn Wheat is Liz Irons.
Good evening. So I'm coming with a different approach. I kind of agree that we don't want to have a lot of RVs parked on driveways and in the middle of the streets for safety purposes. But I also look at that we're an aging society, and particularly in our area, where we have a lot of retirees. And I don't believe that the facilities that are available in our area will be able to hold all the RV potential that we might have within our community, as retirees might look at wanting to purchase an RV and do some traveling. So we have 100 acres that's sitting vacant right now, or actually we're just harvesting hay off of, that I don't think is bringing us good income. So until some future plans are made with that, maybe to be friendly with our community that does want to have an RV and maybe have it located a little bit closer within our city, that we could look at throwing some gravel out there and putting up some fences and security and offering it as RV parking for those residents that are having difficulty parking within their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Wheat. Liz Irons. Following Liz is Paige Merriman.
Good evening. I'm asking that you keep the code as is. I lived in a community before the 90s that did allow RVs to be on their driveways and in the streets, and it looks quite, it's not good looking. And it also increased crime because people would complain that, oh, someone got in my trailer. And then I believe it was last year, there was a fire that happened because someone's grandson slept in the trailer, and I believe it was an orange extension cord that caused the electrical fire. You cannot use that for a lot of voltage. So that's another consideration, because you're going to have a relative who's there and stay, and how's the city going to keep track of people that want to rent these out for a quick buck? You can't. We have a hard enough time as it is with the code enforcement doing things like the 3 feet tall grass and everything else. So I'm just asking, let's keep Elk Grove nice looking. I really love living here. I plan to retire here. I don't think I'll get an RV, but if I do, I will pay for it and store it so it stays safe. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paige Merriman. Following Paige is Ray Hess. Paige Merriman.
Can I just stand up and say, please? Thank you, Ray.
Thank you. That worked. That was Ray Hess. Is Paige here? Paige is not here, so let's jump to Deborah Hess.
I'm with him.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Deborah.
Then we have Eric Spire. Eric?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name's Eric Spear. I'm retired, and I've lived a resident of Elk Grove since 2005. My wife's been a resident since 1990. And we moved to Elk Grove, and we love Elk Grove because the city did a beautiful job in designing this city. It's a safe city, in my opinion. And another thing is, I own 4 properties in Elk Grove. And all my properties are well-maintained, manicured, beautiful pieces of property. I have pride in Elk Grove and my property. And I don't want this community to look like Rio Linda, okay? And I just like you to do what's right, and I think you know what's right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is Paige here now? No, Paige is still not here. All right. Let's go to Kelly Pippett. Are you Paige?
I am. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
sorry,
didn't hear
Kelly.
you because of the clapping. So, yes, I live in Elk Grove. And to the first gentleman, I'm the lady who came home on Friday after a 2-day business trip, and my next-door neighbor had driven a 35-foot RV onto, in between, I'm on a 0 lot line. He took it behind the fence, 7 inches from my house. I have a 2.5-foot easement. I went to talk to him to ask him to please, and he said that he had talked to the cities, and they said that he can do whatever he wants in his backyard, even though it extends past my front door. So when I come out my door, I'm looking at 10 feet of a 35-foot, 10-foot high RV. When I called, they said there was a moratorium and nobody would be sent out. I think it was because they weren't sure what was going to happen here. So I am the person, and it can happen to anybody in this city, where somebody is just not following the rules. My big concern is I think that they should do no harm or interfere with the neighbor's health, safety, or property rights. And there have been explosions. I made copies for you, but the ladies talked about the grandson sleeping in the trailer. That was in November 2013. He was burned 30% of his body. There's been 2 more explosions people injured, 2 people hospitalized on May 25th on Moonlight Drive. There was another one on May 12th. These are moving propane tanks, and I don't think they should be parked right next to houses or where they can explode and damage other people's property. I'm worried about the health. If we have these RVs that can run and spew exhaust, I'm not sure what the regulations are on any of that. I'm really concerned about me being able to have access to my property or if there's a fire. And we have a 35-foot RV, 7 inches from my bedroom. Very concerned about that. The bottom line is, I think the current ordinance is not keeping our neighborhood safe, as evidenced by the fires and other problems that people have already mentioned, and should not be loosened, but possibly even be stricter. Finally, I'm very concerned about if we have more RVs, that eventually people will be living in them. And do we really want to have people living in our driveways and camping in our backyards, our neighbors' backyards? I don't. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Kelly Pippett. Following Kelly is Sharon Bradley.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Well, I'm the one that started this hornet's nest, February of whatever. And I didn't come to the council and ask you to change or let us sleep in or park 7 inches from my neighbor's house. I asked for some guidance of how we could possibly work out something that I would be exempt because I am at a dead end. I have no one next to me. I'm not blocking my neighbors. I have a large enough driveway. I'm 15 feet back from the street. I'm in a pretty new community. But I think there was only 6 that had RV access at the time. But most of all, the fact that my RV has handicap plates on it, my husband's disabled. It's hard for him to get around. It's not convenient for us. I didn't ask for all this to happen. I didn't ask to be crucified on the internet because I came forward. I'm known as the lady that came forward to the council. I'm just I'm just here in town. I live here. I just wanted to be considered to be exempt from the rules. I've given some pictures to show that I block absolutely nothing. There's a 6-foot cement wall that blocks it from the street. I have cameras to protect anything that might possibly happen. I'm like the gentleman that spoke first. Elk Grove has created this ordinance, but it doesn't have a solution. They say, just park it in a parking lot. Just park it in a parking lot. The problem is that there's 1 spot and there's 15 people waiting for it. Unfortunately, some people went out and canceled. Well, unfortunately, they went out and canceled their spot because there was some misleading information on the internet saying that it was 4 to 1, which it wasn't. We all know it wasn't. And now they've lost their spots. So I'm not asking Elk Grove to race out and change anything and upset the community. I am asking us to let's sit down with that other gentleman that wants to sit down at a round table and say what really is going on here. We're not planning on living in our RVs. We're not going to break the law. We're not going to build the meth lab. We're not going to do any of that. We're just going to park it in my driveway where I block nobody or nothing. It does have handicap plates on it. As you know, in the city, I can park my car anywhere I want because it has handicap plates on it. I'm just asking to be exempt from the law or the ordinance at this time, or let's sit down with the community and decide what was fair and what's not fair. But I feel at this time I have been railroaded, not just by the community. There has been an email sent out weeks ago saying not to worry about it, it's already been taken care of, when we come to the community meetings like this, knowing that we're already lost. I don't want to change the ordinance. I don't want people living in them. I don't want orange cords running across the street. I definitely don't want them parked in the streets. I definitely don't want them parked in the streets. I agree with everybody that said their concern. We don't allow them to park in the streets. We don't allow that. I'm just asking to be exempt from the ordinance because of my situation. I have provided pictures to show you again that I am not blocking or in anybody's view or neighbors or anything whatsoever. If you will take that into consideration, I would be happy to meet with anybody in the community. I agree. I don't want them overhanging over the sidewalk and where someone could run into a hitch at night. I agree. I don't want someone living in them. But people rent houses. If people choose to rent their RVs to help the income, that's their business. That's not my goal at all. Mine is for my family only. And just so you know, I cut my vacation short today in my RV just so I could be back here tonight because I've heard of the meeting, which is fine. It's worth it because I feel that we have a right to stand up, and I don't feel I have the right to be crucified by the internet saying that I'm the lady. So now everybody knows who I am. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I don't know what else to do at this point.
Mr.
There
Mayor.
is no place to park
Go
them.
ahead, Councilman Hume.
Yeah, I have a question either for the city attorney or Shane. I know that with respect to actual developments, setbacks, these types of things, we can grant variances. Is there a way to grant a variance? I mean, you know, you're talking about if it's behind walk a certain distance, up against a side wall, has handicap placards, you know, I mean, there's several, what I think, unique scenarios with her case. Are you able to craft language that would provide a variance to a municipal code?
I haven't seen variances applied to non-permanent features of a property, so I would have to punt at that point to the city attorney to see if, in his expertise, he's seen that before.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's feasible. I mean, frankly, the findings you would have to make for something like this don't really work. You'd have to have some sort of special circumstance of the property, topography, something like that, some uniqueness to the property. You'd have to show that this property is not getting a special benefit that other properties might otherwise enjoy. It'd be a very difficult finding to make, and I agree with your code enforcement director that these are simply not the types of things variances are granted for a mobile structure like this. They're usually for, I think everyone I've ever seen is for a permanent structure.
Just so you know that there cannot be handicap plates put onto a trailer. It does have to be an actual moving vehicle. So it wouldn't be every trailer in town could race out and get handicap plates. I'm not 35 feet. I'm not blocking anything. I'm just asking for the city to reconsider that versus a flat-out no. And if the answer is no, then where do you plan on me parking this when you don't provide the spaces that are available? We're all about shop local. I want to shop local. I live here in the community. I shop local. But I don't want to have to take my RV all the way out to Sacramento just to park it. So I don't know what to do at this point.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Kelly, I do want to commend you for coming forward. I mean, at least the folks can see what the council was dealing with a month ago, you and Mr. Armanda, well, we'll get into deliberation later, but, you know, we were trying to do the come to the table thing, but
Correct.
What happened is, you know, in terms of community sentiment and all that, it's nothing personal against you. We deal with it all the time, so just so you know, people take matters and there's misunderstandings. Sure. The game of telephone, Councilman Hume mentioned earlier. So please don't take that personally. No. We do appreciate your engagement, okay, as everyone else's. So
appreciate
thank you.
It. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Sharon Bradley is our next speaker. Sharon Bradley. Following Sharon is Denise Brasher.
Sharon Bradley had to leave, but she was a pink slip.
Thank you, Sharon Bradley.
Best speaker of the night so far, right there, Sharon Bradley.
Denise Brasher. Denise Brasher. Following Denise Brasher is Sharon Anderson.
Hi, my name is Denise Brazier, and I'm representing Fallbrook Neighborhood Association. Just a little side note is it's against our CC&Rs for certain parking of RVs, and the city code has kind of helped in resolving several neighborhood association problems. we never want to have neighbors fighting, and to lean back on the code has kind of helped alleviate some of the animosity that's happened because of some RV parking. So we would suggest that we do continue to keep the code the way it is in keeping the aesthetics of our neighborhood the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sharon Anderson. Following Sharon is Paul Lindsay.
She said what I was going to say.
Second best speaker of the night.
Yep. But some of your older neighborhoods that do have CC&Rs that were not HOAs in the beginning really do rely on your code. And we are, again, one of those kind of neighborhoods. We have CC&Rs, and we're a volunteer, we're not an HOA. And so we really do rely on the city's code and for them, for the code to be a smartly implemented thing. I would also ask that if there is a need to debate with your attorney and with Shane specific situations that, not a side conversation, but, that be explored through a workshop or through roundhousing or, this sort of a forum to come up with a quick fix is probably not the best. And I would ask the city council to really be careful about asking for variances and asking for, that sort of stuff. Let the staff do some work and bring that information back to you first.
Thank you, Sharon. Paul Lindsay. Following Mr. Paul Lindsay is Shirley Sickert.
Good evening. Paul Lindsay, resident of Elk Grove. As a former planning commissioner and planning commission chair, I think the current zoning code has reasonable restrictions, and I would not support any attempt to loosen those restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Shirley. Following Shirley is Tom Waltman.
I'm Shirley Sickert, and I'm in favor of maintaining the restrictions that exist. I've lived here since the 70s, and there are some recreational vehicles in my neighborhood. The street is very narrow, and the vehicles that are there have done a good job in maintaining property values and following the regulations. But the street, as narrow as it is, and I happen to live in a court which has two corners next to it. If there were any more recreational vehicles in that street, it would be a terrible hazard. You couldn't see to get out into the main street. Plus, it's a street that kids use coming from the high school, and that would be a further safety issue, having kids race up that street that's crowded with cars on both sides and recreational vehicles. I don't want to live in a trailer park, and if there were trailers at every home, it would be a trailer park. I ask that you not change the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Tom Waltman. Following Tom is Eric Verkamp.
Well, good evening, City Council, Mayor. I'm actually going to speak in support of keeping the regulations as they are at this time. However, I want to cut the garbage here. Home values aren't at stake over an RV. We've seen RVs parked all over Elk Grove for 30 years. 20 years I've been here. They've been all over the city. Property values, what? We were the second highest increase in property values during the boom. RVs sure didn't hurt us then. Safety? Yeah, if somebody's living in it, that's a safety hazard, but that's also against the law. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about allowing them to be parked on the streets. We're not talking about security issues. We're talking about people's subjective idea of what is good and bad. You know what we have? We have HOAs to take care of that stuff. For the city at large, then form an HOA. For the city at large, property owner rights are based on, what is it, quiet enjoyment? That means if I'm not hurting you in any way, if I'm not causing you any harm, you can't cause me any harm, correct? Yes. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about some people, and trust me, put this to a vote, find out if the majority of the city decides that RVs are the bane of the existence of this community, then sure, I'll buy off on that. But the reality is that you probably heard from what, 150 people? 1%. 1% of the city. If that's what you're basing your decisions on, that's probably a very, very, very low threshold. So, what can we do? Right now, I think that the existing regulations are probably good for those cookie cutter portions of the city where you've got driveways that you can barely get a Honda Accord on. But for a large part of this city with larger lot sizes, you could put a RV and 3 houses in there and never, ever even notice it. In my part of the city, there are RVs all over. And guess what? They're grandfathered. Y'all can't do a whole lot about that. And no, my property values haven't been harmed. Safety hasn't been harmed, and nobody's been hurt. A $100,000 RV in front of a house is not a sign of real lend. It's a sign of affluence, not poverty. So let's stop the fear-mongering. Let's put together a roundtable, sit down, see if we can actually do something to accommodate those that should have accommodations. Come up with some objective standards that are easily enforceable, because right now, what do you got? Citizens patrols out there ratting people out. I'm sorry, that's not what I want for this city, and I don't think it's what you want either. Let's sit down and figure out how to make this work for everybody and do it the right way. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next speaker is Eric Verkamp. Following Eric is Amanda Hall.
Yes. Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I probably got several points to make, and I'm probably going to forget about half of them. But I was a little bit dismayed when I walked in and heard your comments, Councilman Hume, that it sounded like you'd already made up your mind, and the people here were just kind of going to go through the motions. I got the impression that this was something that was brought to the council, presumably with good reason, and that you were going to consider it. I've lived in Elk Grove since the 70s too, and I am all about property values and maintaining my property and being a good citizen and a good neighbor. And I agree that an RV is a sign of affluence. It's not a sign of poverty. I would like to read something. I sense a lot of misinformation and confusion in the room about reasons why this is even being considered, that it's a health and safety problem. Well, it says in your own staff report that it's a visual blight issue, and at that I would say it's a perceived visual blight issue, nothing more. Some people don't like pink flamingos in their yards. What if I put a mural of a RV on my garage door and somebody found that offensive? So I urge people to please get educated and not to lash out at your neighbors, because they can do something that you cannot do, namely store an RV on their property within reason. Now, Elk Grove operated fine up until 2006 with limited allowances on RV parking in front yards, and it was not the end of the world. This is a property rights issue, no more, no less. My neighbors have loud Harley-Davidsons, and they have friends with Harley-Davidsons, but I can put up with that. It's not that big of a deal. What if I have a 2-story neighbor that has a window that looks down into my backyard? I'm not going to come and petition the council to ban 2-story homes. I mean, we're all different. We all have different interests. Some people want to live in a 2-story even though it's not my cup of tea. I know of communities where this has happened. And do we want to go there? I don't think so. The proposed zoning revisions would allow parking of RVs and prohibit the egregious violations cited by some people in this room, the fire hazard, the dangerous ones, the parking on the dirt. Those would not be allowed. Now, talk to your neighbors. My goodness, if there are concerns, talk to your neighbor first and foremost. The neighbor might not even know they're doing something that is bothering you. Unfortunately, and for those that are subject to living next to a jerk, I'm really sorry and I sympathize with you. Also, this shouldn't be about which group of stakeholders has more numbers or can shout louder. Because if the government, in this case, you kind folks representing the government, are not after your piece of paradise, they soon will be. So that I ask that you would consider the reasonable revisions of the zoning code. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Amanda Hall. Amanda Hall. Following Amanda is Cliff Loveland.
Thank you, Council, for having this meeting to talk about this community issue. And thank you for considering to uphold the current code. I oppose changing the current code. I'd like to talk about reasonableness. Reasonableness is a very slippery slope when it comes to this situation. The Code Enforcement Division is currently overworked. For example, I believe this situation came about when the chief of police came and spoke to the community, was introduced, and code enforcement told everybody in the audience about various laws at that point. I'm sure everybody went home from there and tattled on every neighbor that had RVs in their parking lot, in their driveway, boats, jet skis, etc. And then you started to receive the repercussions from the people that were affected by that, from the code enforcement taking action. I was one of those people that tattled on my neighbors. There were over 10 boats in my neighborhood of 121 homes, and of 10 of those, they were out of compliance. Now, when I purchased the home brand new in 2005, having an RV was legal, and I bought the house at that point, considering purchasing an RV in the future. But ever since then, any major change I've made to my house, I've always reflected upon the code to make certain that I'm still in compliance. A responsible homeowner who cares about the value of their home will do that as well. One thing I also want to say, if you can afford a $100,000 toy, you can afford the parking at an RV storage facility, and that we as a community should support our storage facilities. I like the idea of using the 100 acres as an idea, since apparently I hear from the comments tonight that we do not have enough facilities available to people who currently own RVs. If that is an option and the city wants to consider it, I think we should. I hear people laughing. I don't think it's a laughable matter if you are a person that currently owns an RV and you cannot park it in Elk Grove. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amanda. Cliff Loveland. Following Cliff is Paula Rhodes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Cliff Loveland, and I'm on the Board of Directors in Lakeside. We have 1,692 homes. We have CC&Rs that restrict the use of where people park their RVs and where they park their cars. A lot of people that preceded me kind of stole my thunder with respect to what I was going to say, but I personally would like you to keep the ordinances that you currently have in place as they are. But I worked in government for 42 years, and I worked in and ran a number of state regulatory programs, and we always had exceptions. We had people would contest what we put into place. We got the smartest people that we could get, lawyers and otherwise, to write these regulations on behalf of the state with good intentions. But we could never anticipate all the variables that might occur. What the lady explained about her situation, living at the end of a cul-de-sac, et cetera, and what have you. And what the attorney said with regard to, and he used the word, we typically don't make changes in these types of situations. He used the word typically. He didn't say we don't. But what I would like you to do is take a look at what you do have in place and see if there is any room for special circumstances and how people may petition for an exception. I think that's reasonable. When I worked in the state's fuel allocation program, ran it on behalf of the state of California, what have you, we had challenges virtually with respect to all of the decisions that we made and what have you. We found that there were things that we could never anticipate. But I wish you would give some consideration to taking a look at the possibility that exceptions should be considered. Living, as I indicated, within Lakeside, we've already consulted our attorney with respect to what you might do here. We have been told, and I hope it's true, that if our restrictions are tighter than yours, that irrespective of what you do, ours would prevail. So I thank you for your time, and I thank all the people that turned out this evening. I think it's, at least for me, it's been very enlightening. I had no idea with respect to the feelings that this might stir up.
Thank you, sir. Paula Rhodes is our next speaker. Final speaker is Stan Sala.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and Chief and neighbors. I am representing the board of the Fallbrook Neighborhood Association, as Denise Brazier did. And we are a neighborhood of a little over 400 households that basically surrounds Elk Grove Elementary. And we do oppose changing the current ordinance, and also just wondering why that the current ordinance was suspended when this was simply seemed as if it was going to be just a discussion about whether or not there would be a change in the ordinance. Therefore, we would also like to see a very swift resolution so that you go back to enforcing the current ordinance if it is to stay in force. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Stan is our last speaker. Stan, you see her?
While we're waiting, John, do you want to explain why we put a stay on that?
Sure. Well, at the request of the city council, we kind of put a hold on enforcement measures while we reconsider the code, because if the code did change, it seemed a little unfair to enforce that against somebody if it was going to actually change. That was obviously a discretionary call for the council, so we put everything on hold. If the city council tonight decides to not make a change and direct staff to recommence enforcement of the code, that's what we'll do.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the city council, thank you for allowing me this time. I originally wasn't going to speak on this issue, but here it comes. Having currently working in the RV business, I felt obligated to speak, so I hope I make it out of here alive. But anyway, I hope common sense actually prevails. I know common sense really isn't so common anymore, but really, whenever I'm speaking to people about an RV, I always speak to them to take into consideration where they're going to put it, where they're going to keep it. I keep a list, for example, of storage lots that are available, and some of them close by can get quite expensive. There's a difference, of course, between covered storage or open storage and what have you. But I always ask people, you know, have you thought about where you're going to park it, where you're going to keep it? And I would certainly think that I'm fortunate enough to live in an area where a lot of the houses were built with specific big enough side yards to store an RV alongside of your home without interfering with neighbors and what have you, and they're behind fences and what have you. I hope that could continue. If the house is not, that you live in, is not adaptable for a current RV, then I would say you're going to have to find a place to put it, because putting it in a driveway or on the street is certainly not the answer. But one of the things I hope is that, we can come together as a community and say, let's keep it looking nice, let's keep RVs off the street, let's keep them out of the driveways. If your house is built in such a manner that you can park that RV and have it so that it's not an eyesore or what have you, or interfering with your neighbors, then that's great. Otherwise, find a storage lot somewhere. And sometimes you do have to travel ways to get the right price. But there are storage lots out there for as little as like $50 a month, but you got to find them. So anyway, just wanted to say thanks.
Thank you, Stan. Seeing that there are no additional speakers signed up, I want to close public comment. I want to open to council deliberation. Members? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start this out since the gentleman mentioned that it seemed I had made up my mind ahead of time, which I did. Just like I had made up my mind to hear this issue when Ms. Pitt came before us. And like Mr. Loveland said, who I think I just saw him walk out, at the time I had no idea the feelings that this would stir up. And it has been such an overwhelming response that even though my situation, I am an RVer, I had a travel trailer, was grandfathered how I was parking it. I have now changed that and taken it off my driveway. It's currently in a storage unit. And I'm either going to have to do as Stan said and adapt the side yard of my house to park it there or make some other arrangement, because I didn't realize how much of a hotbed issue this was to other people. I would still be in favor of having that roundtable discussion or level-headed folks sitting down and trying to figure something out, some sort of exception to be granted in certain hard case scenarios or where the features of the lot are unique. But I think that I swung the pendulum too far in to say we should just do away with the restrictions. And I should have recalled the discussion back in '06 when we were talking about grandfathering and all of that. So I don't know where the rest of the council is as far as exceptions, but I have heard from the public on this, and Tom, I appreciated your point, but you know as well as anybody, in all polls you have a statistically valid sample, and in my statistically valid sample, the community came out and said don't do it, so I'm not going to do it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm definitely in favor of keeping the ordinance as it is. I think we heard some special circumstances that I think originally the majority of the council decided that it would be good to hear what alternatives we could have, and that was what we were exploring. We obviously, not only didn't anticipate this type of turnout, but I think that it's a challenge. I think to live laws are. I think the gentleman articulated best earlier is that sometimes, or Cliff articulated best earlier, that when we have laws and yet all of us live these lives, there's a lot of gray areas, there's special circumstances, and so we're trying to find a way to be accommodating to these unique circumstances. I guess I got to ask John, I think we could always run into this wall, but I got to ask again, if we had a process where there was a challenge, or there was something that Shane found to be unique that he thought would be worthy of an exception, that he could bring that back to council and we can consider that. We can't do an exceptions or anything like that, right?
So the code doesn't provide for exceptions right now, and a variance is really kind of a special type of land use entitlement, and that's why you got the answer you got from both Shane and myself on that. You have to make very specific findings. If it's the will of the council to build in an exception into the ordinance, that would be something a little different than a variance. You would have to perhaps make findings based on the criteria that we set up to allow for an exception under this unique scenario. But that would require a code change. It'd be different than what we had been talking about before, in the sense that it wouldn't be a wholesale across the city code change, but it could give the council, if that's what you want, the discretion on a case-by-case basis without having to make the somewhat lofty findings for a variance.
Well, and I guess, so we would still have to put criteria in that code. It couldn't be a review of the building official to bring it before the council. We couldn't make it that generic. It need to be something more concrete.
I would suggest that you have some type of criteria in there.
Yeah.
If you wanted to make it a staff level determination, whether it be the building official or the development services director or
Mhm.
somebody else, you could do that. And then those wouldn't have to come back to the council. You could vest that discretion in your staff members. But in order to build in that type of exception, we would need to make a code change. It wouldn't be the sweeping code change that we've talked about. It would be building in some criteria for an exception. And what I would suggest you do is something less than the findings needed for a variance. Essentially, you would build into the code the process that's similar to a variance without the more stringent findings that are required under state law for variances. So you kind of build that into the code. Therefore, you're not varying from the code. You're allowing it by the code.
Yeah, okay. And that, I think that's as far as I'd be willing to go. Other than that, I think we stick with the code as is. The other point, I apologize, I was trying to stumble earlier. The other point I was trying to make was most of us were not on the council when the original code was developed, so it was the endeavor to try to find something that was more flexible was without the understanding of things that had already transpired during that time. So again, I would say I would stick with the code as is, but I would be willing to entertain some sort of criteria that we would be able to investigate unique situations.
Okay. Councilmember Nguyen, and then Vice Mayor.
First, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. It helps us in making our decisions and moving forward when we hear from all of you. So I applaud you for all making the time to come out here. As Councilmember Soon talked about variance and exceptions, one of the things I do caution is that once we do that, then we'll have others coming to ask about other exceptions and variances as well to accommodate. While I understand that everybody has certain situations, I just want to make sure that ordinances are in place for a reason, right? And that as we look at making changes to it, how far is that going to go? And at the next council meeting or at the next couple of months council meeting, are there going to be other changes that are going to be asked to be made as well too? I like the idea of having a roundtable discussion as what Councilmember Hume had mentioned before, but I'm in favor of keeping everything as is.
Vice Mayor.
Well, thank you, everybody, for coming. I apologize for being late. I kind of got stuck on the parking lot coming back from the Bay Area. I think it must have been the 3 RVs that were stopped in front of me. Just kidding. No, you got to make a little levity of some of these things. And, as I pulled up, obviously I was late and you were all here already. And I don't think I've seen both city parking lots filled like this since 2005 when Walmart wanted to build on Sheldon and Power Inn. So obviously it's a contentious issue. I'm going to have to disagree with Tom Waltman on a couple points. Tom mentioned about 150 emails, but with that 150 emails, there were some people that represented, like Mr. Loveland was here, represented 1,000 people from his board. The 2 folks from Fallbrook represented 400 homeowners. I know Sharon Anderson's here, is close to 1,000 homeowners over there. So it is bigger than just a small sampling, right? I know there was a realtor who spoke here earlier that had, I think, over 100 signatures on some petitions. No secret, anybody even following, when this got considered to be brought back, it was a 4-to-1 vote. I was the one who said we went through this in 2012 in the same kind of detail, and that's how we got to where the current ordinance is. As far as property rights go, I support personal property rights as much as anybody does. But going back to 1980 is a rough guess on my part. I don't know the actual date. But pretty much any home that was built after 1980 has CC&Rs. That when you bought your home, you signed with the title company, and those CC&Rs are attached to the title of your property. And then we mirror with the current ordinance pretty much what a lot of those CC&Rs have. And if we want to continue to hold the bar or raise the bar of our city, I believe we need to keep maintaining the code that we have. From a business opportunity, obviously if there's a shortage of something, there's an opportunity for somebody to make a business case if somebody wants to make a business opportunity to create more storage facilities. That's an option. So again, I want to thank everybody for all the phone calls, emails, text messages, and most of all, coming out tonight, because I know this is probably the last thing that most of you want to do on your Wednesday night. So thank you.
Awesome.
So I'm for keeping the ordinance as is.
Thank you, folks, and I do appreciate the dialogue that has occurred tonight. Not only that, but the emails that came in. It was very helpful, and I certainly want to go on record that when I agree with the consensus to bring it back, it wasn't to take any action in one way or the other. I think one of the problems was that it was reported inaccurately, and it gave the wrong message out to the community. As a public official, I am always open to a dialogue. I'd be the first to say I'm not going to have all the answers, but I want to hear from the public. And for me, it certainly was an overwhelming response from the community that they want this to keep as is. That being the case, I would be in support of that, but I want to qualify it by saying that I certainly am open to the opportunity to have a dialogue, a continuing dialogue, to try to figure out what may be a solution to this. A part of me is also open to the possibilities of what Councilman Sunis is suggesting, which is a possible exception too. But I wouldn't be comfortable making that statement and not necessarily having the details of what that would look like. So that's where I stand. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, personally, I'd also caution. I mean, I could imagine sitting in Shane's position saying, you want to put exceptions in and when you make gray areas, it's getting that nose under the tent. And as soon as you make the opportunity to get your nose under the tent, there's people that try to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. So I caution if there's any direction that we want to go. People that know me, I'm more of a black and white person. I don't like to work in gray. When it's black and white, it's very clear to everybody. You make it gray, there's 100 shades of gray. So.
Okay. Councilman Nelson.
So for many cases, Vice Mayor, I agree with you, but as we've heard from.
Good.
I'm getting schooled by my elder right now. We tease each other a lot, but we heard some unique individuals in cases, and all I'm saying is we don't live in black and white. I mean, that is the reality. So if all I'm saying, I don't want to go anything less than what we have now. I'm just saying if there's not support for it, or if there's not a willingness, we'll leave it alone. But at least we tried. So.
What I'm hearing is that there's a consensus to keep the ordinance as is, but I also hear that there's three council members that are open to having a dialogue.
Yeah, I would just caution two things. One, as I said before we heard the public comment with respect to the telephone game, I mean, this thing got so blown out of proportion of what we were proposing, weren't proposing, what got reported out as to what the vote truly signified. You had people apparently giving up RV spots, storage spots, because they thought the matter had been settled. So I just, and to Councilmember Wynn's point, you start pulling at the threads of the sweater, and where do you end up? And so, I certainly I want to apologize, Ms. Pip, for the lashing you've taken in cyberspace, and would encourage you to run for council so you can experience that on a more frequent basis. But I'm willing to have the dialogue, but I don't know how we get it out there that we want to hear input and without any predisposed outcome.
Yeah, I would agree. How would that look like? And how would we go about it? Devil's in the details, I suppose. Right. So, input?
Well, here's my input. Obviously, the folks that came out tonight, we appreciate everybody's input tonight. Obviously, the majority want to keep it as is, and the council is in agreement with that. But if for going for any type of consideration of exception, I would ask Ms. Pitt and Mr. Armanda to assemble their list of folks to see who wants that to happen before, that would give us reason to use staff resources to do that, to investigate that. Otherwise, we just leave it alone as is.
Okay, so then I would be in favor of leaving it alone, because by naming those two names, you've already crossed the line of one person who would receive an exception and one person who would not. Mr. Aranda's pictures, there is nothing about this that is extraordinary as far as what anybody else is trying to do.
Oh, okay. Well, regardless, the onus is on them to put together a list of people that would want to have this dialogue. I think we're going with the majority of the population that we've heard tonight, and if others feel strongly, they would follow the same democratic process and get, I see Tom back there wanting to sign on, maybe, I don't know, but
That self-selected group here. Thank you. This is self-selected. This is not representative of what the community wants.
I don't know about self-selected, Tom, but I know that they're here tonight. We're hearing from them. We've heard from them via the green sheets, the emails, the phone calls. So if there's a larger population what you're talking about, we haven't heard from them. We heard from you 3, maybe 4. So all I'm saying is, and we're not talking about change. And again, we want to make sure we communicate this clearly. It's input that we're seeking. And so that's what we would look for, if we want, that way we can make a decision tonight and wait for further input in order to utilize staff resources.
I would say that if we are going to make that decision for more input or a community forum, that we're very clear on what that looks like, so that way we don't have this again, right? And have Ms. Pippett be a victim of cyber, where people were saying she's the lady, right? What was supposed to be just a discussion amongst us turned out to be all kinds of other things as well. So maybe making it very clear exactly what it is that we're looking to do.
Is there a consensus to have that come back as a possibility for a separate, maybe a separate meeting of a round table? Is there a consensus or not? I think that's where we got to start with.
That seems to be what I'm hearing. We're going to...
To look at the feasibility of exceptions.
Yeah, not to change the current law, and make sure folks understand that. The current ordinance remains the same. It's whether or not there's a consideration for any exceptions.
Councilmember Stern, can I clarify that? I think I heard from all of you that you're comfortable with the code as is.
Yeah.
But when you say that there's going to be no change, but there's going to be a consideration of exceptions, recall what I said a moment ago, that if you're going to provide for exceptions, that probably requires a code change to identify the criteria for that. It's a more narrow type of code change than what we've been talking about before. But if the council decides that you want to create a mechanism for exceptions that are different than the state law variance requirements, that's going to necessitate a code change. So I guess what we'd like to hear at a staff level is that something that you want to do? Do you want that brought back as a workshop or some other sort of, discussion, or not?
I think this is very problematic. As I mentioned before, every time we go through these exercises, I'm okay for when we try to do a review of things, but this has been thoroughly reviewed multiple times now. When you start making exceptions, we've been down this road before, it creates nothing but problems, and I won't support that. I don't want to make our city attorney's job or any of the other, Shane's job and his team, I don't want to make it any harder than it already is. Code enforcement is one of the toughest jobs that we have in this city.
Yeah, I've come a long way since this was first brought up, and even in this meeting tonight. Sharon Anderson mentioned that the Planning Commission is undertaking a look at municipal code updates. That would be the forum to do something like this, I would think, not as a piecemeal basis. But as far as what we're doing here tonight, I think you have to rip the Band-Aid off. Because if we put it back out there and it gets reported out, well, the council kind of stuck to what they wanted to do, but then they're talking about maybe they might do some other thing. Then this thing just continues to fester, and the community continues to pit neighbors against neighbors.
Yeah.
So just keep it as is, kick it down.
So after hearing that too, I agree. Okay, leave it alone.
Councilman? Nope, okay, I'm good with that too. All right.
So let me summarize for the sake of staff and myself what we heard. We're going to keep the code as is. We're going to lift the stay on enforcement and recommence enforcement of the existing code.
Correct.
All right, we're good. Next item.
Councilman Hume, I just want to say that I appreciate that because it's kind of like being kind of pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Public comments closed.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry, Kelly, the public comment section is closed. Yeah, if you could.
I'm happy to chat with her outside, and I can probably run some
If you could do
information.
that, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. All right, next item.
Takes us back to section 9, our public hearings, starting with item 9.1, which is a public hearing to consider a determination of public convenience and necessity for off-sale beer and wine for Bruceville Arco AM PM.
Okay, well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I do have a presentation if you'd like to hear it, or we can forego that and the applicant and
Robbie,
myself.
give it 30 seconds. Give it 30 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I do have a presentation prepared if you'd like to hear it, or if you'd like to forego that, we can go to questions. The applicant's here as well. Answer any questions. Whatever you'd like to do.
Members? Willing to forego?
I've already had the briefing on this. I can forego it. It's pretty standard.
All right. Great presentation, thank you. At this point, I want to declare public hearing open. I want to invite the applicant, Pete Tobin and Ken Darney, representatives, or the representatives to speak.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Peter Tobin with Barkhausen Engineers. This is a project that was previously approved, and we're looking forward to getting the project going, and we're here to answer any questions.
Any questions? There are no questions.
Thank you.
Want to open to public comment, seeing that there are, well, actually, there is a speaker signed up to speak. Mr. Paul Lindsay, come on up, please.
Pat, this will come as no surprise to you. I rise to speak against the approval of a determination of public convenience or necessity for the Bruceville Arco AM PM project. First point, State Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control considers this area to be over-concentrated with existing license, and they would not allow it without a PCN. As justification for a PCN, the applicant rather weakly suggests that the ability to offer alcoholic beverages is an essential part of convenience store sales. Clearly a self-serving suggestion referring solely to the convenience store good and not the good of the public. During 2015, California saw over 141,000 arrests for DUI. Further, there were 914 alcohol-impaired driving fatalities, with 96 of those being under age 21. 30% of the drivers involved in fatal crashes were repeat offenders. It was interesting to me that the Elk Grove Police Department's response to a planning department request for review did not include any statistics for driving under the influence. This information would have been more pertinent to the issue at hand, and I find its absence troubling. During my tenure on the Planning Commission, I routinely voted against these type of applications because I believe the sales of alcohol and gasoline in the same venue do a disservice to the community at large. Mere convenience should not be a viable reason to allow sales of alcohol and gasoline at the same facility. More importantly, it seems to me that allowing applications like this sends a message that driving and drinking are condoned by the city of Elk Grove, simply for convenience sake. I urge you to vote for safety and sanity. I urge you to withhold approval for this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Seeing that there are no additional speakers, I want to close public comment. I want to invite the applicant to, for closing remarks, please.
Members of the council, Peter Tobin, and this is a required PCN. Sheriff has reviewed this proposal. In fact, there are store-specific conditions that we agreed upon during the Planning Commission approval, and this has been reviewed by staff, and it's a requirement, and that's all we have to say.
Okay, thank you, sir. I want to declare public hearing closed. Council deliberation and direction. Input?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to abstain of voting on this item because given the letter from the police department, they have no concerns. I have no procedural basis upon which to base a no vote. However, but I just do not approve of this user at this location. But I don't have an opportunity to weigh in on that.
Okay. Members?
Councilman Hume, can you please repeat what your position is and why?
I'm just going to abstain because I don't have procedural cause to vote against it, given that it's a pretty routine letter of necessity and that the police department had no issues. But I just I was not in favor of this user at this site.
Well,
I think it is something that the community can benefit from, so I'll move the item if there's no further deliberation.
Got a motion? Is there a second?
You know, I actually had a question. Mr. Lindsay had mentioned earlier that in the area it's overly saturated with the sale of alcohol. Is that something that staff can comment on? Because my understanding is that that is not the case.
Yeah, the Walmart does have, I believe it's type 21 for alcohol sales, but as far as gas stations, the nearest one is, I believe it's about a mile away at Bighorn and Elk Grove Boulevard, a Chevron there. So there's not a gas station in the near vicinity that is even there for that matter. So there's not a whole lot. In the whole census tract for that matter, most of them are near Elk Grove Boulevard, but not really in that area except for the Walmart that have sell alcohol.
So the Chevron that's right around the corner from there, they do sell alcohol there?
Right, it's about a mile away.
And it's just beer and wine?
That's correct.
And it's also it has to be only sold with,
Yeah,
there's no single sales of beer in that instance. Everything has to be in six-pack or greater, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There's a condition of approval that they'll have to be sold in packs as well, and the coolers also have to be locked between the hours of 2 a.m. and 6 a.m.
Yeah. I'll second the motion.
Okay, got a motion, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Abstention, Councilman Hume. And next item.
Take us to item 9.2, which is a public hearing to consider Laguna Gateway's Phases 3 and 4, Special Planning Area Amendment and Rezone.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Christy Graybill, and I'm here to present to you the Laguna Gateway Phase 3 and 4. The project site is located on the southwest corner of West Stockton Boulevard and Dunnish Road. Highlighted in the orange are the parcels selected for this project. There's two parts of this project. The first is the special planning area amendment, and the second part is rezone. There's no development being proposed at this time. These lots in orange, highlighted on the map, are located within the Laguna Gateway Special Planning Area and being proposed to be removed from that SPA. The second part of this is to rezone these parcels, which are currently SPA MP and BP, which is industrial office / business professional office. The parcels to the east is SPA, RW, and SC, which is retail west and SC, which do allow for the uses that are going to be proposed to the new zone. And those parcels are being proposed to be zoned SC, which is shopping center, which does allow for uses such as office, personal services, and retail, more variety types of uses than what's currently permitted at this time. Then there's this site that's located, or it's zoned currently AR-5, which is ag residential, and it is being proposed to be SC as well. Also along this portion, and owned by the same owner, is this parcel currently in blue, but not being part of this project, but currently zoned as SC. So this entire area will be zoned SC, or being proposed to be SC. The removal from the SPA and rezone will allow for a more comprehensive planning and design for future development. And the rezone is compatible with the current general plan designation of commercial, office, and multifamily. The project is exempt from CEQA, as there's no substantial changes that have occurred. This item did go to the Planning Commission in February and was voted at a 5-1 approval to be proposed to City Council to recommend that no further CEQA review is necessary and adoption of the ordinance to amend the Laguna Gateway SPA and rezoning of these properties. Staff did receive a letter of opposition that was green sheeted to council yesterday. And the applicant is here for any questions, and that concludes staff's presentation.
Questions? No questions? Okay, I want to declare a public hearing open. Want to invite the applicant up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Travis Batts with Pappas Gateway. I'll keep this pretty brief. I think Christy did a great job on the staff report and throughout this process, so thank you to staff. So this will be the final portion of the Laguna Gateway Shopping Center. And as Christy mentioned, the rezone is consistent with the current general plan surrounding land uses, Laguna Gateway Shopping Center directly to the south. And the front portion of the site on West Stockton has been zoned retail since 2007. We have been looking for an opportunity for the remainder of the site for over 10 years, and we've looked at a variety of uses here. One of them was an office use that we did look at. We weren't able to get enough support. We've spoken with many office brokers about the possibility of bringing office to the site, and it never worked out. There wasn't interest there. One of the reasons was that this does have a shared primary access with the adjacent shopping center. And then just lack of transit options was another issue for many of the potential office tenants. So with that being said, we're very excited to have a potential use for this site, which would be consistent with a shopping center zoning. We do understand that there were some traffic concerns, and we'll certainly work with staff during the design review process to ensure that the primary access will be at Laguna Gateway and West Stockton Boulevard. We do expect a majority of the traffic that might be generated to come from Laguna Boulevard. So that stoplight at Laguna Gateway, the existing stoplight at Laguna Gateway and West Stockton would be their primary opportunity to enter the site. So we're asking that you approve the rezone for two reasons. First, it would create excitement and surety for prospective tenants that the site is ready to develop. And second, we are working with our neighbor on agreements which will allow us to bring in a very attractive user so we can activate the site and complete the shopping center. And the rezone is actually a necessary part of that process. I'm available for any questions.
Vice Mayor.
Hi, Travis. I want to make sure, you mentioned about working with our staff once you have your, if this passes tonight.
Yes.
Once you bring this project forward. But I want to make sure it's clear to everybody, you're going to also do an extensive public outreach to the residents to the north as well as any other the business around there, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, just want to make sure that that's on the record, that you guys will be doing that. That's all I
Yes.
have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Want to open public comment opportunity, seeing that there are no speakers signed up. Want to close public comment. Want to invite the applicant back for a closing, if you like. You can also waive it. You're waiving? Travis?
If the applicant doesn't want to rebut himself, I'll go
Thank you.
ahead and move to introduce and waive the full reading by substitution of title only in ordinance finding Laguna Gateway Phases 3 and 4 EG-15-044 Special Planning Area Amendment and Rezone Project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act CEQA pursuant to state CEQA guidelines section 15162 and approving the Special Planning Area Amendment and Rezone for the project.
For the record, the public hearing is closed, and we have we have a motion and second, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed, abstention? Next item.
Take us on to item 9.3, which is adopt resolution establishing a new franchise fee for residential solid waste services, and to consider agreements with Allied Waste Services of North America.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Heather Neff, Integrated Waste Manager. The item before you this evening is actually a follow-up to some actions you took on the March 22nd council meeting related to the award of a franchise agreement for residential solid waste collection services. To give you a little bit of background first, the current franchise agreement for solid waste expires in June of next year. In July of last year, you were presented with proposed terms for a new agreement. Based on those terms, you directed staff to negotiate with Republic for a new agreement. Following those negotiations in January 2017, Allied submitted their franchise application. And then on March 22nd of this year, you approved 2 resolutions of an intent to grant a new franchise agreement and to amend the current franchise agreement. Those actions essentially were step 1 of a 2-step process. Step 2 this evening is to hold a public hearing and consider the approval of the new franchise agreement and an amendment to the existing franchise agreement. There are 3 action items actually before you this evening. The first one is establishing a new franchise fee. This is essentially an administrative action. There is no proposed change to the dollar amount. This is really just to add services and say that these services that have been provided by Republic and will continue to be provided by Republic under the new contract, as well as some new services that they've offered. It's just to delineate those services that are offered as part of the franchise agreement from the services that are provided to residents. The other 2 items are both resolutions related to the existing and proposed new franchise agreement. The amendment to the existing agreement would add utility billing services starting on July 1 of this year through the termination of the current agreement on June 30th of next year. The resolution to award the new agreement, if approved, would make the new agreement effective on July 1 of next year. It's proposed to be a 7-year term with a 3-year extension, and there are a number of new and expanded services included in that agreement. If you recall from the last meeting, things such as curbside battery collection, bulky waste appointments by appointment rather than a pre-scheduled day. And then also we've worked with Republic to negotiate expressly due to some concerns from our residents that our green waste will no longer be incinerated for production of alternative fuel. Instead, it will be used as a soil amendment under the new agreement. So moving on to talk a little bit more about fiscal implications. As we talked about at the last meeting, the transition of utility billing services from the city to Republic combined with some cost-cutting measures that we've made, have reduced our need for the revenue from the franchise fee to support solid waste operations. So essentially, we've freed up about $1.1 million in franchise fee revenue that can now be used for other city services. During the upcoming budget process for next year's budget, the city manager will propose uses for that revenue as part of that process. In terms of solid waste rates, if you've been paying really close attention, I'm sure you've noticed that your bill has not increased for the last 3 years. However, during that time, costs to provide the service have continued to increase. So that's created a gap between what we collect from residents and what the actual cost of service is. The terms of the agreement that are proposed will actually allow us to catch up and put rates where they should be within 2 years. The net result of that will be an average annual change over that 5-year period of about 1.15% per year. So what does that look like in terms of actual numbers? This table shows what the projected rates would be for the next 2 years if approved by council. Focusing on the 64-gallon rate, because that's what most of our residents are using, the current fee is $25.51. So for next fiscal year, we anticipate an increase of about 77 cents, which would bring the rate to $26.28 per month. The following year, which is the first year of the new franchise agreement, Allied will not see an increase because they've agreed to forego an increase that year, but our residents will still see an increase, and that will be that catch-up amount that will close the gap between what we're charging and actual cost of service. So in that year, rates will be where they should be at $27.01, and that will completely close the gap after 2 years. From there forward, for the remainder of the contract, rates will increase annually based on the CPI as outlined in the contract, with a minimum increase of 2%, maximum of 3%. So what does that look like on a regional basis? And I apologize, I know some of these are hard to read, so I'll just summarize. The overall message of this table is that Elk Grove's current rate is the red bar at $25.51. Our proposed new rate for next fiscal year is $26.28. Both of those are still under the regional average, which is $29.72. Before concluding, I just want to give you a preview of some upcoming actions that you'll be seeing. We will be bringing forward this rate increase for your approval probably this summer. In the meantime, between now and then, we'll be doing a lot of public noticing and a lot of outreach. We'll be combining that outreach with information for our residents about the transition of utility billing from the city to Republic. So you'll be seeing messages in our city newsletter, our social media page, as well as directly in your mailbox and along with your utility bill. If approved, those rates would likely be effective on September 1 of this year. We'll also be bringing forth an item to update Title 3.7 of the Elk Grove Municipal Code, because that section of code is specific to the city doing utility billing services. We'll need to update some sections of the language, so you'll be seeing an item related to that as well. And then finally, we'll be working on a billing procedures plan with Allied that will be a companion document to the franchise agreement that will outline the specifics of billing, things like frequency of billing, late fees, monthly invoices, statements, items like that. So to conclude for this evening's item, again, there are 3 proposed actions before you. And staff is recommending that you approve the following 3 resolutions. First, to establish a new residential solid waste franchise fee, which would include a monetary and a service component. A resolution to grant the new franchise agreement to Allied Waste, and a resolution to amend the current franchise agreement to add utility billing services beginning on July 1 of this year. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions if you have them.
Questions? No questions. Thank you. Want to declare public hearing open. Want to invite Mr. Tony Sankara. How'd you do that? That's pretty amazing.
Hey, Mayor Lee, council members, thanks for hearing me out. We feel we've negotiated a fair agreement with the city. I want to thank Heather Neff and Bob Murdoch. I'll tell you, they're tough negotiators. As I'll kind of go over some of the additions to the contract here in a minute, but they were tough negotiators, but they were fair. And they represented the city in a good way. So as I mentioned in the last council meeting, some of the highlights, we're adding curbside household battery collection, reinstatement of the scholarship program, deceased non-domesticated animal collection. We're changing the bulky program from just one appointment a year scheduled by us to 3 scheduled by your residents anytime they need it. 4 annual community cleanups, which we've partnered with local groups in the past and been very successful. And the biggest thing is we're taking over billing, saving the city over $1 million a year. And all this added services in year 1 in the contract, we're not going to see a rate increase. And subsequent years, we'll see 2 to 3% rate increase depending on area CPI. So, but most importantly, we're not just a service provider. We're we're part of the Elk Grove family, part of the community, and we got a lot of folks here who spent all day picking up garbage, wanted to come out here and see the final vote, see what all their hard work has hopefully led up to, and we look forward to continuing this great partnership. So we thank you for the opportunity and hope you'll consider keeping the partnership going. I'm here to answer any questions if you have them. I'll also come up at the end if anything comes up in the meantime, so I can answer anything you got.
Okay. Any questions? No questions? No questions?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. At this time, I want to open public comment. Our first speaker is Deborah Luperini. Deborah, come on down.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Okay.
Good evening, council. I just wanted to express my satisfaction with Allied Waste, otherwise known as Republic Services. I have a few different perspectives that I would like to speak from. The first one would be as a resident of Elk Grove. I find that in my daily life, there are many, many things that I have to fight and argue with people about as far as services that are given to me. Seems like there's multiple phone calls to people. I'm currently in a battle with Southwest right now over some vouchers. It's taken several phone calls, and I just want you to know that my satisfaction with Allied is of great importance to me. As a resident, their dependability has been wonderful. The fact that my cans are always right where I left them, they're always upright, they're not sloppily on the street, they're not blocking my driveway, and it's easy access for me coming in and out. My street is never littered with garbage that's left over from the dumping. There's no remnants anywhere in my neighborhood that I'm aware of. I also appreciate their professionalism on the roadway, their safety. They're very, very conscious of safety matters, I feel. I follow them out of the neighborhood many times on my way to work on my pickup day, and they are always very courteous people. I have seen them wait for residents to leave their driveways rather than going ahead and blocking them in. I've also heard people that I work with have actually even mentioned this to me as well, as far as not, the courtesy allowed them to get in and out of their driveways and their streets on their pickup days. They always seem to know what's going on around them with approaching vehicles and people walking on the streets, and I can really appreciate that. My other perspective comes from the profession that I'm in. Safety is a huge factor for my profession, as I am a trainer for school bus drivers, and I have seen over and over again how Allied Waste vehicles interact with our school buses as we're passing through neighborhoods together. We share those roads with them. We're both large vehicles, and they are always very conscious, very courteous. They are allowing us time to get around them and helping us make safe maneuvers through the neighborhoods, sharing the roads with them. And from my professional perspective, I really can appreciate that. And also my final perspective is the big picture the picture of the community. I have seen Allied Waste be present in many, many community events that I've attended. It just makes me feel like they really do care about my community and that they really are a partner with me in my community. And I really appreciate the effort that they put into that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Keith Smothers. Following Keith is Inez Whitlow.
I just want to make a comment, and I'm going to call them Republic, because that's what we know them as. And their community outreach has been fantastic. And again, I live in the Parkgate community, and we butt up against the Civic Center project. And we've had the instances of quite a bit of debris out in that project, and particularly the nature area. And last year, Republic provided 4 10-ton containers for us to clean up. We filled up each and every one of them. And that included 3 homeless camps, 2 illegal dumps, as well as a sundry of other garbage that accumulated. And this is the very nature area, that we're going to be looking at developing in the future, as part of the Civic Center project. And in 2 more weeks, we're going to get 2 more 10-ton containers, and we're going to fill those up too. And I just want to say that they've participated in our advisory group meetings. One comment was they're very easy to reach. They're very easy to reach. It's not an issue or complaint. The service is great. I mean, they're fantastic, and I have no complaints there whatsoever. I mean, they're fantastic. In fact, it wasn't what they did great, but it was how great they did when they did have an incident. And they had a line break on one of their trucks, and it did create a mess, but it didn't take but just a couple hours, and they were out there power washing, and there is no sign or sight of that hydraulic fluid in our street. And they were on it. It was important to them. They knew that it was important to us, and today you have no clue anything ever happened. I mean, I had people call me, what are these guys doing out in the streets? And it was just hours after this happened. So I just wanted to say, you can't beat that. You can't ask for more. And if anybody tried, all they're doing is reaching to the top. So, I'd like to give them a thumbs up as well and say,
Hey, Keith, before you take off, I just want to be clear. When you mentioned that you cleaned up the area and it's going to be developed, I don't want anybody to think that it's going to be developed.
No, it is not. No, it's going to be a wonderful nature community, nature area for everybody to enjoy the wildlife that'll exist, to enjoy the scenery, the foliage. It's going to be, I'm working on that, and I am. So, yeah, no, they're helping it keep intact, so it'll be there when it's ready for us to start doing what we need to do to it.
Thanks, Keith.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Keith. Next speaker is Inez Whitlow. Following Inez is Bob Wells.
Well, good evening, everybody, Mayor, Council. I'll keep it short and sweet. We don't need nobody. We have one of the greatest garbage collectors, and not only that, they're our family and friends. And I can guarantee you, I can pick up the phone anytime. I have phone numbers that if I need anything, they're right there. When it comes to community support, hands down, they're the best. Again, it's one phone call. I think if we had to look for anybody else, it would be a waste of time, a waste of money, and we would lose a great family member, because I do consider them family, and I hope that we get to keep them and keep them for a while. So I thank you guys, and I hope you consider it.
Next speaker is Teresa LaRue, and then Bob Wells.
Good evening. I won't repeat anything that's been said. I'm here to encourage you to approve this item. I've owned homes in Sacramento and Carmichael before now living in Elk Grove for a number of years. So I've experienced different kinds of garbage collection, solid waste, and none of it's ever been as good as this. I'd also want to say that in addition to the other points that have been made about the kind of a company that they are, We're all aware of what's happening with landfills and the need to reduce how much ends up there. We're concerned about the environment. And I think we all want to do the right thing, but we're more likely to do it if you make it easy for us. And the service that we have now does that. And the changes, I think the mixed recycling is just amazing. I remember when we first started recycling, you had to separate things out and you had to look at the number inside the triangle on the bottom of plastic containers. And now being able to put everything in one recycling can is fantastic. The idea of adding curbside battery collection is fantastic. I think right now there's probably a small percentage of us that know what to do with batteries when we throw them away. And if we can put them in a bag on top of our garbage can and get rid of it easily, that's going to be a great service, and I think it'll be something to be really proud of here in Elk Grove, keep us ahead of what most of the country is doing on that score. So I think it's a great service and getting better, and encourage you to approve this.
Thank you, Mr. Bob Wells. Teresa LaRue.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I can cross going to a city council meeting off my bucket list now. Whew.
Was it what you expected?
Oh, it was so much more. So, wow. You all have my respect, so thank you. My name is Teresa LaRue, and I'm a personal trainer. I have a client at 4:30 in the morning, and it's going to be ugly. I'm just going to say that. I live and work in Elk Grove, but more importantly, I am the founder of Cars and Coffee Elk Grove. We're an event, we're monthly, and we're here in the community. We're not for profit, which is really important. We have given back last season over $20,000 to 15 local charities. I will not go to any charity that is not based in Elk Grove. If your CEO drives a Maserati, I don't want to talk to you, I'm sorry. I was very proud of that, and unbeknownst to me, a representative of Allied/Republic came to one of our events. And I didn't realize this, talking to this person. And the next morning, our event's on Sunday morning. The next morning, on Monday morning, I got a phone call. I got a phone call from them asking them, what do you need? What can we do? And I've heard a couple people talk about community. That's community. That's really reaching out and helping and doing what we need. I only partner with sponsors and businesses that have integrity, that are honest, that have respect from the community and are also reliable. That's very important to me. So that's why Allied/Republic is one of our biggest sponsors, and I love what they've done. I think that approving this and keeping them on in the city of Elk Grove is important because they never hesitate to ask. Never. If I ask for 10, they give me 20. If I say I need something by next week, I have it tomorrow. And that's who I want to partner with, and I think that the city of Elk Grove should as well. I think when you continue this and save that money, I hope that some of it comes to some of the charities and causes that I believe in. I also think that when you guys do this agreement, of course, you're going to have bankers and Indian chiefs and doctors and lawyers and oh my. We just had our partnership with a handshake and a smile, and it's been amazing. So I can only hope that for you guys. I think that also the big thing to me is the battery collection. I want to make where I live a better, safer place, and also my world a better, safer place. Our tagline for Cars and Coffee Elk Grove is giving back on all cylinders. And I think with the support of Allied/Republic, we're able to do that. And I think partnering with the city of Elk Grove, you'll be able to do that even more into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Stan Sala. Following Stan is Rob Pedro. Stan, you here? Come on down. Following Stan is Rob Pedro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I just wanted to say I'd like to encourage you guys to move forward to execute the agreement with Allied Waste or Republic Waste. A lot of what I wanted to say has already been said as far as the quality of service. I also really would like to add that I have seen them and witnessed them participating in so many things that benefit back to our city, whether it's participating with the Elk Grove Food Bank or some of the other things that they heavily get involved with that gives back. When you can form an agreement with a company that's just not there to take, but to also give back and become part of the community and get involved, I think it means a lot to all of us that are encouraged to help make this city a better place to live. And just as an anecdote, I just wanted to add, so I'm on my walk up on Emerald Vista going towards the creek, and I see this big truck from Allied parked in the middle of the street trying to make a right-hand turn to go down one of the cul-de-sacs, but they're parked there, and I'm figuring, what's going on? So as I walked by, I noticed that the truck was waiting for a tom turkey to kind of get out of the way of that truck. So, I mean, you know what? If they're willing to wait for turkeys, they're certainly willing to serve me. So what can I say? I do encourage them. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Stan. Rob Pedro. Rob Pedro. Come on down. After Rob is Gurdeep Singh.
How you doing? Good evening, Mayor Steve Lee and council members. My name is Rob Pedro, and I'm the Public Supervisor, Operations Supervisor for Public Services, excuse me. Some of you know me, but those of you who don't, I've been with the company for about 11 years now. For 2 of those years, I've been in the current role as supervisor, overseeing the services that my company and crew provides for this city. I speak on behalf of myself and my team by saying that we come to work every day with positive attitudes. We're eager, excuse me, we're eager to service the city and keep it clean, and it's a privilege to be a part of this great community. My team members have been providing service in the city long before Public Services had it. The hardworking men and women laid the groundwork and established the standards that you see today. Not only has my team watched and helped the city grow, but they also seen your children grow, from waving to the garbage man on an early crisp morning to watching them drive off to high school for the first time. Many of the good people you see behind me that work here for Public Services, they also live in this city. They bought homes here, purchased cars, they've attended events that you guys put on. They raised their children here, and some of them their grandchildren. Elk Grove is just not a place where they work, but it's a place where they live. My team went this year in 2016 accident and injury free, and we're currently holding strong to this year in 2017. We watch out for one another, and we watch out for the people in the community. We hold up traffic to let your kids cross the street. We'll call Elk Grove PD to report anything suspicious while you're at work. We are dedicated to the city, and we always have been and always will be. My team and I are very thankful and hopeful that you vote yes to extend the contract. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gurdeep Singh. Following Mr. Singh is John Broughton, and that is our last speaker.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Gurpreet Singh. And regarding the Republic Services, I mean, there are all the good things that we can say about them. I mean, the best thing is they are part of the community. They are not just taking, like many businesses, we are taking from the people of the community, but they are giving back to the community. They're doing a great job. I've been here in Elk Grove for almost 13, 14 years, and I've dealt with them a lot. And the good thing, they're adding up more services. The batteries, they're going to be picked up from the homes. That's a great thing, because I know what the batteries which are left at home do to the pets. Many of the pets get into them, they chew it up, and they end up at my place. So that's a great thing for them. Other thing is picking up the bulk garbage or bigger things, because if they're not going to do it from the houses, they end up behind the shopping places, behind our businesses, and then we have to get rid of them. And you know who gets that from there? It's the Republic. They come over and they get it from there. So it's better for us, that they're picking it up from the homes. So I highly recommend them, and I would like, the city council. Yes.
Gurpreet?
Yes, sir.
Since you took the time to come up here and talk about pets.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you tell us what your background is, so why you're an authority on what it does to pets and where your business is at?
I'm a veterinarian, and I've been in Elk Grove I practiced here for almost 13 years. My practice was at Bond and Elk Grove, Florida before, but I recently, just 2 weeks ago, moved to the old Vince's restaurant, converted into a veterinary hospital. So I've been there, and there also Republic helped me a whole lot. I mean, even little issues there, didn't like the garbage can, called them up, hey, I don't like it. They changed it. I don't like the paint. That's how it was, I just said, oh, it doesn't look like it's properly painted. They changed it right away for me.
Well, thank you for your investment in Elk
So,
Grove. 'cause I know that was a-
hopefully we'll consider them and they'll stay with us. They are part of the family, part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Our last speaker is John Broughton.
A lot of love in the room for Republic Services, for sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm not going to echo what we've just heard. I changed what I'm going to say to really say that everything I wrote down and was going to comment on has just been validated exponentially. I have never heard such a praise and outpouring from a community for a business, and that's something to be very proud of. So to all the employees here from Republic Services, you have a company that you work for that to be very proud of. I decided to also share a little bit around their leadership in the community. They volunteer their time to serve on different boards, Old Town Foundation, the Chamber of Commerce, graduate from leadership programs. So they're not just giving back to the community in ways that are by donation, but also ways by improvement of the community and improvement of the business community. So the Chamber is definitely in support of staff's recommendation for this contract. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing that there are no additional speakers signed up to speak, I want to close public comment and want to invite the applicant back for closing statement.
Yeah, I just want to say on behalf of the team here, thank you for considering this contract extension. And also, please let me know if you have any questions popped in your head during the time. So
I want to know why there were so many complaints from all the speakers.
yeah,
What's going on here?
and we do have the singing garbage man in the group here today. So we actually have two now. So we did double them up. So anyway, thank you very much for hearing us out, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay. No questions? You have no questions?
I don't think
Thank-
there's any way we can not say yes to this with the outpouring support here.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Want to declare the public hearing closed and open up for council deliberation. Go ahead.
Yeah, Tony, is you and your team know when you guys came back before us last year that I was part of the team that we sat there and told you pretty much point blank that you guys need to sharpen the pencil. There was going to be some tough negotiations. We loved working with you guys, but it got down to be dollars and cents. And you guys did that above and beyond, came back, took on additional services without additional expenses. I think Inez and Teresa were two of the best as far as putting really what you guys are. You guys are friends. You, Tony, Lisa, Janice, Rob's here tonight. You guys have gone above and beyond just a business aspect. You're in the community. You're not only donating to the nonprofits, you're out there personally working the events. Tony's the general manager. I've seen you packing turkeys, everything else. And so I can't applaud you enough. You guys give back probably more, both financially and of your team, physically, than any other business that we deal with. And I think, obviously becoming friends is huge, but for me as a council member, probably the biggest thing is of all the people we deal with, we get almost zero complaints. And when you consider that we're servicing 167,000 people, and you guys are there every week providing service, and to not have complaints is almost unheard of. So I'll support this and make the motion, and hopefully the rest of the council will be along with me on that.
Councilman Sun?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll definitely echo everything that the Vice Mayor just said, and I just add a little nuance. I mean, we have a fiduciary duty to protect the city, you know, and your business is business. But this epitomizes what a very good, if not perfect, business relationship is, where you are making a good living, and we're holding you guys accountable. We negotiated in good faith, reached good terms, but you've gone beyond that. You invested in the community, as everybody had mentioned, all the things that you do to go the extra mile and be a part of this community. And we really appreciate your friendship and our business relationship as well. I'll have to add that, you know, we've mentioned Republic several times, but, you know, Tony, Lisa, Johnny's, Colin, and all of you guys, anybody who shows up to your events that represent your company, this is what everybody is also talking about. And so it's the people that is part of Republic as well. So we look forward to continuing business with you. So I guess I'm seconding that motion.
Councilmember Nguyen.
I'm going to echo what John had said earlier, and that is, you know, writing a check is one thing and providing great services is another thing. But when you have young children and a family, and I see you out there as well on a Saturday at 7 o'clock in the morning, that's just amazing to me. And what you have as a business model is what we'd love to see for a lot of our businesses here in the community, to support our community, to be out there, to be involved. And so, you know, I commend you, I praise you and your entire team for the amazing work that you do, and I so heartily support this.
Tony, as always, I love commending your team. They are certainly exceptional, and I've told you more than once that I don't know how you do it, but you take your team members and you can essentially run whatever company there is out there. I'm only fearful that because of your high performance here, that the future may be that you are going towards Phoenix, but nonetheless, all right. I've seen you out there. I've seen your team out there. I've seen you with your kids in our community, and you don't live here, but it certainly feels like you're so embedded in our community that I feel that you're as close to me as my neighbor. So thank you very much. And I think the number one thing for me is more services and saves us money. I can't say no to that. With that in mind, we got a motion, second. All in favor?
Mayor, just to be clear, I move all three resolutions, just so it's clear.
All right.
Second.
Got a motion, second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstention? Next item.
Take us.
Congratulations.
That'll take us to item 9.4, public hearing to consider an economic development incentive agreement related to the construction and operation of a Costco store in Elk Grove.
May I need to recuse myself from this item? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the public. I am Darrell Doan. I am the city's Economic Development Director. The item before you this evening is an economic development incentive agreement, and it's intended to facilitate construction of a Costco wholesale store in Elk Grove. So just a little bit of quick recap on history, since this item has been in front of you a couple times in a planning format. This is a map depicting where the site is in the vicinity of Elk Grove. It's basically at the southeast intersection of Elk Grove Boulevard and Bruceville Road. This is the project site. I think it's self-explanatory. The main store is to the south of the image. The fueling station is essentially here. These are all parking areas, and these are ingress and egress drive aisles off of Elk Grove Boulevard. So let me just quickly go over the project details. If this project were to move forward, it would consist of constructing an approximately 150,000 square foot new Costco warehouse retail store. It would be constructed on a 17.43 acre parcel, which you saw on the last slide. It would include a 24-pump fueling station. The fueling station would have capacity for 30 pumps, approximately 750 parking spaces. It would include standard signage, landscaping, underground infrastructure, and off-site improvements. The landowner is a company called Ridge EG East LP, which is a land subsidiary of Pappas Investments. They would ground lease the land to Costco. Costco would construct and own the store. And as far as the project status goes, so the council approved this in July 13th, on July 13th of 2016. At that time, you all approved CEQA findings, a conditional use permit, and a major design review. The conditional use permit was required because the project was in excess of 100,000 square feet, and that is required in Laguna Ridge. At the time that this was approved, the planning staff advised the council that an incentive may be necessary to make the project financially viable. That was in the staff report, and that we were in fact beginning to consider such an incentive request. The lease is negotiated and ready for execution pending incentive approval. That's what we are informed by both Costco and Pappas Investments. The building permits are nearly ready to be issued. I actually put in the staff report that they are ready to be issued. Slight amendment on that. They are going through final comments and finalization of conditions. So I'll amend that to be nearly ready to be issued. Construction will start by, hello, go back, sorry. Construction will start by June 30th if all goes forward, and the project would be completed by Q1 of 2018. So what's in front of you tonight, again, is an economic development incentive agreement, a legal document for the council's consideration. The applicant, again, is the Ridge EG East LP, a subsidiary of Sacramento-based Pappas Investments, who is the underlying landowner of the parcel. Staff's recommendation is that you approve the economic incentive agreement. What that would effectively do is it would create a relationship between us and the landowner whereby the city would collect all of the sales tax generated by the Costco store, and then over a 25-year period would rebate 50% of the sales tax we collect back to the landowner. Rebates would total $14 million, essentially $14.7 million in future value, or $8 million in present value. The landowner's return without the incentive is a negative 15.92% internal rate of return. With the incentive, that return grows to positive 14.4%. So the key terms of agreement, again, as I stated, this would essentially create a tax sharing arrangement over a 25-year period whereby the city would collect the tax and rebate 50% back to the landowner. The length of the agreement is the sooner of 25 years or when the full incentive amount has been provided to the landowner. So this agreement can be shorter than 25 years if sales tax collections from Costco are higher than staff anticipates, and the agreement is paid, that amount is paid sooner than 25 years. It cannot be longer than 25 years, and at the end of the 25-year term, if the sales tax projections for Costco had not been meted out, the agreement would terminate and no more payments would be made. There is a scenario where the agreement terminates and the city has not paid $8 million. It could be a less amount. It's unlikely, though, because we think we're using fairly conservative sales tax projections for what Costco will generate for the city. So again, the maximum incentive amount is $8 million on a present value basis, discounted at 6%. Cap rate, the future value is $14.7 million. So $14.7 million is the aggregate future value of the incentive amount that would be paid under this agreement. The anticipated payoff date is actually the end of year 20, so we actually anticipate that it will be paid off sooner than the 25-year term of the agreement, at which point the agreement would terminate. Gasoline tax is excluded from this incentive agreement, and that was over staff's feeling that gasoline in particular would result in a cannibalization of existing gasoline sales, as there are gas stations very near this site, and Costco's gas pricing is much lower on a wholesale basis than what people pay at retail. A couple important things to realize. If Costco were never developed let's say the council approved this agreement, and the landowner and Costco did not execute the land lease, and the Costco store was not built, there would be no incentive. There's no obligation unless a Costco store is delivered and it starts to generate the sales tax that we would use to make these incentive payments. If the store closes, the agreement terminates, right? The agreement is for a Costco, not any other substitute retailer. It's got to be built, and if it ever goes away, the deal terminates. Only new sales tax from the store would be obligated by the city to make these payments. No other revenue sources, existing or future, would ever be used to make payments under this agreement. That's important to note because sometimes when we do incentives, and certainly we don't take them lightly, and we underwrite them thoroughly, but sometimes when we do incentives, the city has to actually write a check to make that payment. In this case, the city is not coming out of pocket initially, and again, no revenue that the project didn't create would ever be used to make this incentive payments. And of course, if there's no sales tax ever generated, no payments would ever be made. So the basis of our recommending this agreement for you this evening is entirely on the strength of the city's return on investment. So over a course of 25 years, the Costco project will create a very steady, very sizable stream of sales tax revenue. Under the agreement, the city will be rebating year over year 50% of that revenue up to the $8 million figure, or more accurately, up to the $14.7 million future value figure. Even after those rebates over that 25-year period, using very conservative sales tax projections, we anticipate that the city will still net approximately $27.9 million to the general fund. So that's a very steady, reliable stream of income because Costco is a very steady, reliable company. Plus, we will always keep all other revenues, such as property taxes and utility taxes. After the agreement terminates, which again we estimate to be at the end of year 20, the city will begin to keep all of the sales tax revenue. So over the remaining 5 years of the agreement, we would keep all of the sales tax revenue. The sharing would be over. It is our understanding that Costco has 4 5-year options to renew the lease. Assuming they exercised all of those options and an additional 20 years was added onto the lease, the city would keep all of the revenue over that 20-year period, which incidentally, although we really didn't make a point of it in the staff report, that's estimated to be approximately $81 million over essentially the second half of the lease. Also, this is a job-creating project. Costco advises the city that they anticipate 100 full-time and 100 part-time jobs with average wages of $22 in today's dollars. We consider these good jobs as far as retail jobs go. So here's a simple diagram showing the allocation of the Costco sales tax over the 25 years term of the agreement. And as you can see, the city keeps essentially 65.5% of the revenue, and we share about 34.5% of the revenue for a total sales tax generation of $42.6 million. This is another diagram showing year over year the allocation of the Costco sales tax. You can see that the developer share essentially drops off precipitously at approximately the beginning of year 20, the end of year 20, and drops down to 0. And then the city, the large green area is the city's portion over the final 5 years. Everything prior to year 20 there is a straight 50% share. It was important that we looked at in our underwriting replacement store analysis because I think it's a reasonable question for the public to ask. Can we simply not give an incentive to the landowner for a Costco store, betting that the landowner would simply go out to the marketplace and replace that store with some other big box retailer? So we closely evaluated 5 other replacement retail stores that we think are reasonable for that location. You can see them here: a Lowe's, a Walmart, a Home Depot, a Target, a Sam's Club. In each case, even with the tax sharing agreement over the same 25-year period as the agreement, the city still comes out ahead from a cash flow basis of all of these other stores, Sam's Club being the closest, which probably makes sense because it is closest to a wholesale warehouse club store.
Daryl, I want to ask you a question just because I think this is an important point to consider. So what you're saying by net of incentive is that 50% of the Costco revenues would still be greater than 100% of the next highest producer's revenues.
Close. 65% of the Costco revenues would still be higher than the next closest retailer. Because throughout the course of the 25-year agreement, we'll keep 65% of the revenue, we'll share 35%. It's 50% for the first approximately 20 years, and then we keep 100% for the last 5. So that averages out to 65%.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah. There are other returns on an investment like this for the city that I think are equally important, but admittedly more indirect. More and higher quality retail and shopping options for our residents. That's a big focus of economic development, is improving the retail marketplace for our residents, and we think this does this. Although it is still value and commodity retail, it is perhaps the highest quality value and commodity retailer in the marketplace that will be coming to Elk Grove. We will recapture sales tax that is currently leaking out of the city, as we know that many of our residents shop at the South Sacramento Costco and other Costcos, and generally other places to meet their commodity retail needs. We think this will put a stop to a lot of that. We also think we will capture some sales tax from South Sacramento County residents who will now come to this store to shop as opposed to going to other stores. This will put to productive use an important parcel in the heart of the city that's been vacant for at least 12 years. And incidentally, Costco has been evaluating this site for 10 years. So this is the end of a fairly long process for this site. Excited about the prospect of putting this key retail site to productive use. We also think that it will act as a catalyst for other nearby retail development. There are approximately another 50 acres of retail within a few blocks of this site that are zoned and intended for that use, that will generate from this traffic driver, and should, we anticipate that significant other retail will be developed around this site, in part due to the presence of Costco. 50 acres and approximately 544,500 square feet of additional retail are planned or zoned in close proximity of this area. If that additional, this is a big if, but if that additional 50 acres of retail were developed, in addition to the Costco revenue that the city would keep through this agreement, we anticipate an additional $42.5 million of sales tax would be generated by that additional retail. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Vice Mayor.
Daryl, did you do any analysis? I know it's unrelated to the sales tax, but did you do analysis what the proposed net differential would be with the gasoline portion?
The proposed net differential?
Yeah, so there's going to be, as you mentioned, there'll be some, lack of better words, cannibalizing of some of
Yeah.
the other gas stations, but with the volume and price that Costco, and you see the lines, I mean, I see it when I drive up 99 every time, the lines that Costco has out there with the volume that they do, what is do we know what the anticipated?
I don't know the precise number, but, the city retained a financial consultant to help us evaluate this and augment staff resources. And I think what we did is we netted out approximately $25 million of sales tax revenue that would normally be created by the fuel sales. So that's, essentially 1% is the tax amount. I'd have to do some quick math to give you a real number.
Well, plus there would be the other taxes that are embedded in the fuel costs that we would get a gain from as well.
That's true, yeah.
I didn't know whether if you had those numbers.
Less of an expert on fuel taxes. Jason, do you recall on the fuel tax issue? Would you feel comfortable trying to answer that, or should I just, we certainly get back to the council.
The sales tax is really the only direct allocation the city gets on the gasoline. And because we anticipate, and we check with our sales tax consultants on the sales tax from the gasoline in particular, because there is the expectation that most of that will be from existing just reallocation of fuel sales. We didn't anticipate a large net gain from the sale of fuel within for the Costco site. That was the expectation of our sales tax consultant.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Additional questions? No? Okay. I think you're good. Item 1, declare a public hearing open. Want to invite the applicant to the podium.
John Taylor for Pappas Investments. We have really very little to add to what's already been said. You've had a thorough staff presentation on this issue, spelling out why this is a good deal for the city. It's also a good deal for the private parties as well. I think what we wanted to do tonight was simply thank staff for all the hard work. This has been months in the making. There were some times where it looked like it wasn't going to happen, but it is now happening. And indicate to you that we're here to answer any questions. We have our entire team here. And also tell you that this is the last step to getting the Costco's going. So with that, if you have any questions, we'll be here to answer those and would defer to other members of the public who wish to speak.
Okay, thank you, sir. I want to open public comment, and our first speaker is Fabrizio Sasso.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Good to see you tonight. My name is Fabrizio Sasso, and I am here representing the Sacramento Central Labor Council. We represent 170,000 union members in the region. I'm a fan of Costco. I go there at least once a month, if not twice. Since I'm a resident in Sacramento, I shop at the Expo Costco, and looking forward to seeing a Costco built in Elk Grove. I think we all are, hopefully. Costco has a pretty good track record in terms of how it treats its employees. It was founded by Sol Price way back when, and he lived by the theory that if you treat your employees well and you pay them well, that they'll work harder, they'll be more productive, and there's less turnover, and that's the case with Costco. However, earlier I sent each of you and the city manager a letter stating that Costco has not been working with the labor unions to come to an agreement on a labor peace, which essentially would allow the workers to organize without interference. And this is a very simple thing. And so as we're looking down the barrel of $8 million subsidy, public subsidy, to bring us Costco in here, we have to think to ourselves and question why would a multi-billion-dollar company like Costco require such a subsidy? It pays its employees well. In many other areas, it's about 18% of it is organized. I think most of you understand the benefits of collective bargaining. Personally, you probably do. And you understand what it means to bargain against your employer, sit across the table and get better benefits and wages. And while Costco is no Walmart, it is absolutely not Walmart. It is a better employer than Walmart. We believe that they should sit down across the table from their workers and give them the opportunity to organize and bargain with them. So with that, I know that's not the question here tonight. Tonight is the question of the subsidy, and that's the question that you'll need to answer. I think that this proposal tonight needs a little bit more information, and I would ask that the council look into conducting an economic impact analysis and specifically a labor impact report to determine the types of jobs that are going to come to Elk Grove, because any kind of public subsidy requires that these are going to be good jobs with livable wages to ensure that all residents here have a happy lifestyle, just as Elk Grove is known to be. So with that, I want to thank you very much, and thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is David Herberger. Following David is Lynn Wheat.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. My name is David Herberger. I'm the past board chair of the Elk Grove Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here tonight on behalf of our board and members who collectively have an interest in the incentive agreement regarding Costco. The Elk Grove Chamber of Commerce is committed to enabling and advocating for the continued success and health of Elk Grove, not just the business environment, but for the community in general. We see in this agreement a positive step in ensuring this goal. Here's what intrigues us. First off, 200 estimated jobs are generated by Costco. The company has a positive reputation for employment practices and pay. It helps with our good jobs to housing ratio focus, which you've been working on for so long. 2, fulfilling the plan to turn the empty property into an economic driver as originally designed and planned for over 12 years ago. It'll bring additional adjacent properties will likely follow suit, further leveraging this investment and opportunity. Without this agreement, we think it'll likely see a restart of the years-long process at the very least, or a missed opportunity altogether. 3, Pappas Investments. They've been here since 1993. They have a proven track record of quality economic development here in Elk Grove. Case in point, Laguna Gateway and Laguna Springs Corporate Center. Their projects are healthy and have, again, brought tangible job growth to Elk Grove. 4, the revenue to the city generated by sales tax activity from the site will be reinvested in our community rather than just going outside the city limits. And finally, my predecessor, Dr. Stephen Ladd, quoted Milton Berle one time, said, "If opportunity isn't knocking, build a door." And I giggle when I remember that quote that he brought up, but I think it's very insightful and it couldn't be more appropriate. We believe this door should be built. This incentive agreement is an opening for further prosperity for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Lynn Wee. Following Lynn is Paul Lindsay.
Good evening, Lynn Wheat. Earlier this evening, I did mention incentives and wanting to know how are they really working for our city, and I'm commenting on this one tonight. The landowner, Pappas Investments, did not deal in good faith with the city. According to the staff report, the need for an incentive for Costco was brought up by Pappas, not Costco, after the Planning Commission had already recommended approval of the design of the project and was being fast-tracked for City Council approval. The city essentially bargained away its leverage it may have had on upgrading the architectural quality of the building or lack thereof. You will recall Councilman Hume expressed concern why the Elk Grove Costco was not of a quality as seen in other cities in the region. The city proposes to subsidize the Costco lease by redirecting an $8 million portion of sales tax revenues to Pappas Investments to help underwrite their lease to Costco. The justification for the incentive is based on the needs for Pappas to realize a 14.4% return on investment. Without the incentive, Pappas apparently loses 16% on the lease. So the incentive is actually bridging about a 30% gap between the loss of the lease and the expected profit margin on commercial leases. I question those numbers. Assuming the Pappas numbers and expected rate of return are accurate, how about entering into an incentive contract directly with Costco and giving them the financial assistance in their lease payments? The reason I say this is because Pappas Investments is privately owned, and their financial statements and any related facts presented to the city's negotiating team are not subject to audit nor certified as being complete, accurate, or binding. Costco, on the other hand, is a publicly owned corporation listed on the New York Stock Exchange, and their financial statements are audited and subject to review by the Securities and Exchange Commission. No one on city staff negotiating the incentive package is a CPA or trained in commercial and real estate brokering and financing. Remember the ice rink deal? Finally, I realize I am not a CPA nor a commercial leasing agent, and I cannot challenge this proposal on technical details. This is a policy decision. But when is this city council going to start calling these developers bluffs and put your faith in the strength of the market? The Ghost Mall is proof that the market forces are stronger than any incentive package you can come up with. Do you honestly believe Costco would walk? If so, then please deal directly with Costco. Thank you.
Next speaker is Paul Lindsay. Following Paul is Jerry Brexmeyer.
Good evening again. There were numbers and diagrams and assertions in tonight's staff report that weren't in the written staff report. So I'm going to kind of wing this on some things. I think this step is wrong on a lot of levels. I'm not arguing whether or not economic incentives are valid. I'm not saying, as others have, that it's extortion or a bribe. I'm simply arguing on the numbers. The 14.4% internal rate of return seems to be blindly accepted by staff, as is the negative 15.92% without the incentive. Those are apparently provided by the applicant, and I can't tell from the staff review that there's any independent analysis of that. So, as a remedy, the landowner requests an economic incentive of $8 million to be paid over 25 years with a 6% discount rate. In my research of this, discount rates are basically done to take current value and project it into the future. And it's a standard, solid business method. But is the 6% viable? Remember that the Fed rate right now for discounts is 1.5%. So why are we looking at a 6% discount rate? There's no answer to that in the staff report, other than taking the landowner's assertion for it. The IRR is also not a good vehicle if you have varying interest rates during the life of the agreement. A concept called net present value would be a better vehicle for use in the agreement if you looked at interest rates that followed the Fed rate. Given the inadequacies of the staff report, I'd request that the city continues this hearing until we get a fuller and complete independent analysis of the landowner's apparently unreviewed assertions in setting an IRR and a discount rate. If they have been reviewed, we don't have that public to us. It was not in the staff report. Even then, I have to ask if we want to set such a precedent for future land development deals. Surely this will not go unnoticed in the development community. Should we blindly accede to a developer's demand, we can be assured that there will be more and more of these economic incentive proposals. Economic incentives are clearly a useful tool for the city, but we need to use them only after considered and careful analysis. If it doesn't pencil out, we need to restructure the agreement to be beneficial to both sides. We need to do our due diligence and do the right thing. Otherwise, we set an ugly precedent for all future land deals in Elk Grove. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Next speaker is Jerry Braxmeyer. Following Jerry is Eva Zhao. Mr. Braxmeyer. Going once. Going twice. And our next speaker is Eva Zhao.
Mr. Mayor, I can't help but notice the time. I assume the council would like to waive the 10 o'clock rule.
Got a motion? Got a second? It's waived. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and City Councilman. So I live right next to the land that you guys gonna build the Costco. So tonight I just want to remind you guys again who you represent. You supposed to represent the citizens of Elk Grove, not developers, not their benefit. So in the last couple meetings, our neighbors asked you guys to put like trees in the middle of the street so that we have additional barrier that away from Costco. You guys refused to do it. And another neighbor asked you guys to tweak the plan so that the Costco will have less impact on the neighborhood. You ignore that. Today, you want to give $8 million incentive to developers. You put their benefit ahead of our citizens. So I don't see any information how you guys came up with this $8 million. Why they deserve a 14% return. How did you guys negotiate? What's behind this? So I urge you guys to make that transparent, make that information available to the public, and don't vote on this until those information are available. Thank you.
Thank you, and our next speaker is Larry Chen.
Good evening. I personally disagree with this project. I think the location is too close to the residential area and it's not close to the freeway at all. And a lot of the speakers tonight mentioned about the rate of the return on the investment is 14%. Have you ever read the number? And it seems like the 14.4% is above the 12% average return from the stock market and is risk-free. So why this is a good deal to the city and the citizens? And if the incentive logic makes sense, then the city should apply to all the developments, not just these projects. So in the future, if we are building whatever a big box development, we have to give this incentive to whatever the developer. That's called a fairness. And also, if the incentive is to let the developer get what they want to develop the property, let the city to get what you want, get more sales revenue, let the Costco get what they want to build the store. So what's the benefits for the neighborhoods around the project? So can we get a property tax deduction? Can we waive our mayor rules because we got negative impact by the project? And my last comment is I just don't hear one thing that the city council want to bring in this big project, but not doing one thing to mitigate the negative impact on this project, like planting more trees around the neighborhoods and building some sound wall to mitigate some sound impacts. I haven't heard one thing about that. And last two meetings, I heard that Costco, the representative was saying that they want to work with the neighbors to make this project more successful, but I just heard nothing about that. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Magno Aguirre. Magno. All right, Stephen Baker. Following Stephen Baker is Mark Doty. Don't see Stephen Baker. Mark Doty. Oh, he's coming. Come on down.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've come here, I've been here about a year. Just started a business, just purchased a home, and I like the idea of economic growth. And I'm seeing a lot of people talk about, this is going to stop and this is going to cause problems here and problems there. And I see jobs with a lot of these businesses. I see that just listening to you, Mayor, talk about growth of the Elk Grove and us growing to plus or minus 300,000 people over the next 10 years. And everywhere you go, there's a Costco. And we're picking little things. And it just seems like this is an economic project that needs to be done. This needs to be in Elk Grove. I'd like to go down the street from my house and go to Costco. It'd be nice. So I'm for this project. I think that economic growth is a good way to go. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mark Doty. Following Mark is Tom Waltman.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor. Thank you for hearing me on this item. I sent you guys an email yesterday that echoing many sentiments that others in the audience have said. I would like a Costco down the street as well. I don't know if I want to pay $8 million in taxpayer funds. That's really more like 16 if you extrapolate the internal rate or the discount rate that's in the staff report. I sent you guys a spreadsheet that has the exact figures the staff report only showed 1 year. I just continued it on. It's more like 16 million. But anyhow, I want to go on, and there was, like Paul said, there was confusion with what was presented in the staff report and then what was presented tonight. So the $8 million economic incentive using the net or the present value calculation with this 6% discount rate, frankly, is going to be higher. It's 12, 16 million. How is this 6% discount rate derived? On the casino project, the city is only receiving 2% in an increase for cost of police services and other things. So on one end, we're accepting 2% from developers. On the other end, we're giving away 6%. I find that hard to swallow. On page 6 of the staff report, under the fiscal impact, the staff states the total positive impact to the city is 70 million in future dollars. So at the beginning of the staff report, they're talking 8 million in present value. At the end of the staff report, they're looking at 70 future value. I think that's just skewing it to make it look better. The numbers are all correct, presumably, but I don't like how that's presented. On page 3 of the staff report, staff lays out, as others have commented, the 14.4% internal rate of return that the developer's asking for. How is that verifiable? Where's the middle ground here? It's negative 15 or it's positive 15. Why aren't we asking for a 2% discount rate? Why aren't we asking for a $4 million economic incentive instead of 8? Those are all questions that I have. I don't know how you guys can even answer on this item tonight, given this information. Just a couple other things. I think it's bait and switch with everybody around the town knows, hey, Costco's coming, Costco's coming. Oh, well, now it's, now we got to do this economic incentive. Campaign contributions from Pappas. I don't know how you guys can look past that. There's leakage of tax that's a big deal, where if I'm buying gas at Costco, I'm not buying it at ARCO. That 65% that you were looking at, the only way they can come up with that is if they're including the taxes for fuel, because it's 50-50, right? The agreement's 50-50. So how are we getting 65%? The city's getting 65% of the taxes, unless on that end you're including fuel. I know I'm out of time, so last thing I just wanted to say is, Mr. Hume, we were at the Sheldon Homeowners Association meeting about the tractor supply, and you got up and, paraphrase, said, what's the role of government? We're not supposed to pick the winners and losers. It looks like that's what we're doing here, and, perhaps Tractor Supply needs to just make a campaign contribution, and maybe things will go a different way there. So anyway, those are questions I had. I would like to see staff answer before you guys do that.
So
thank you.
Mark, for noting the cynicism in your final comment, I want to answer your question anyway, because Darrell's numbers kind of confused me as well. So how he came to the 65-35 is, if it's a 25-year agreement that's capped at a 14,708,781 figure as a total amount. So
It's
going
not
to be
capped at that.
It is capped at that.
No.
It is capped at that.
No, that's using their assumptions on what sales are going to be.
No,
But we don't know what
no,
sales are going to be.
His staff report said that 14,708,781 or 25 years, whichever comes first, terminates the agreement.
No, it's 8% using a present value.
No.
Discounted, look at page 3, it was in the email that I sent you, page 3 of the staff report. It depends on what the sales are. You don't know what the sales tax is going to be, right? If the store does better or worse.
Which is exactly the point I'm trying to make here, is that if Costco outperforms staff's projections, that actually gets paid off sooner.
Yeah, and then it could be 14 million, but it could go the full 25 years, and then it could be 16 million.
No, that's incorrect. May I?
Yeah,
Councilman?
I don't know if I should leave the podium or what.
Well, no, but let me first of all, let me answer your question, then I'll have Darrell clarify. The 65-35, because I thought it's 50-50 as well. If he's assuming payoff in 20 years of a 25-year agreement, then he's going 20 years at 50-50 and 5 years at 100-0.
Well, we
And so
could go
the aggregate.
50 years, 100 years, and make it look better.
Well, Mark,
I mean,
you either want to listen
I
to the
know.
answer to your question or you don't. I mean, I'm trying to explain to you where his numbers came from. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
That the 65-35 is because you're counting those last 5 years, according to his projections, as being 100% to the city, 0% to the developer. So therefore, over the full 25-year, it would be a 65-35 as opposed to a 50-50. I'm just saying that's how it came to that number.
That's news to me.
So,
Darryl was gonna
did you want to
answer.
clarify that, Darryl?
I will attempt to. And I appreciate that these are not the easiest issues. So $8 million is a present value figure. If you discount that at 6%, a 6% discount is a market rate discount for the sale of an established, stabilized lease in a big box store with an A credit tenant. The city's financial advisor determined that 6%, they are Kaiser Marston and Associates out of Southern California, that's who we use, they're one of the best in the business. They determined that 6% is a perfectly appropriate and market rate discount rate for a transaction like this. It has nothing to do with what you get on your money in your IRA or any of those things. It's completely different than that. They also determined and agreed that an internal rate of return is the preferred method of calculating the developer's return, so we can put that to bed as well. So if you discount $8 million at 6% to take present value to future value, you get to approximately $14.8 million. That is the cap, okay? 14.8 million and 8 million are the same thing, just one has a discount applied to it, one doesn't, okay? So we estimate using fairly conservative projections of cash flow, sales tax revenue that were generated by the city's financial consultant who reviews our sales tax information, HDL. That's who we use. They do all of our sales tax tracking. They agreed that the sales tax projections that the developer provided were accurate and reasonable, and in fact, they thought, they thought they were more than reasonable. I reviewed them. I have 17 years of experience reviewing developer financials. I don't pretend to be a CPA or a financial expert, but I do have a lot of experience looking at, developing, taking apart, and rebuilding financial performance for real estate projects. I found them to be reasonable as well. So using those reasonable conservative assumptions, we estimate that based on the sales tax flow of revenues that the Costco project will develop, that the deal will be paid off by the end of year 21, right? Meaning that the last 4 to 5 years of the deal, we will not be sharing anything. All that revenue will go to the city.
And that's because we will have
Because we've hit
reached
the
that
cap.
$14.7 million cap.
We've hit the $8 million present value cap, which is equivalent to a $14.8 million future value cap. When we hit that cap, the deal's done, it expires, developers paid, we start keeping all the money at that point. If the Costco does not perform as well as we've projected, and we get to the end of 25 years and the city has not made payments totaling the cap, developer
what it
loses.
is.
Developer loses. That's the shared risk in this. We could make more money over that time period than we estimate. Developer could get paid less over that time period than we estimate. That's the nature of the deal. That's the bargain.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
I hope that helps.
Just the last thing, and I'll just take 2 seconds, is that all of the projections with sales tax for Costco you have to figure out what is coming from other retailers. If I'm shopping at Costco, I'm not shopping at Walmart, I'm not shopping at Target. I don't see that anywhere in the staff report, and I have a finite, and most residents of Elk Grove have a finite amount of dollars to spend, and if they're not spending it, if they are spending it at Costco, they're not spending it somewhere else. You have to factor that in somewhere, so thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next speaker is Tom Waltman.
Okay, I think we're all thoroughly confused now. Mayor, City Council, I support this project. I think it's the right place for Costco to go, but I got some kind of head scratching going on here. If this deal is so bad for the developer and for Costco that they're going to lose all this money unless the city kicks in, $14 million, whatever it is over this time, how did we even get here? Why would they even proceed with this deal over God knows how many years that Costco's been looking at this without knowing they were going to get some kind of incentive deal in place? That does bother me, that this just smells a little. And like I said, I support this. So if we can make this happen, I want to. But I have the same question that Mark just had. Looking at the staff report, you guys may have seen something that we didn't see, but it did not look like they took into account any of the shift in tax revenue. And you can probably answer this for us and really clarify this and make it make sense, because I want this to happen. But it looks like this is all considered new tax money that's just going to show up, and it's not going to come from Target. It's not going to come from Walmart. There are retailers that people are going to not buy at Costco. It's not just all new money, unless you guys did that and came up with those numbers from, based on that kind of assumption. I do a lot of financial analysis as well. And I looked at this and I went, that just doesn't add up to me. So help us understand this. Convince us that this is a good deal. Because right now, I think a lot of people are looking at this and think we're just paying off a developer that's already rich to bring in a store that makes a ton of money. And it just doesn't add up right now. So please help us understand. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Our next speaker is Sean Henschel. Sean, are you here?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, Mayor, and Council. Sean Henschel, proud to raise my family here in Elk Grove for the last 10 years. And relevant to this issue, I'm supportive and significant to the location. My home is pretty close to the property. I'm off of Whitelock in Bruceville. And I've reviewed a number of the aspects of it, and it seems like great lengths have been taken to mitigate some of the concerns as far as traffic and lighting and all those different factors. So the factor of whether or not this is a good deal and is it responsible, because the council has already been somewhat in favor of the project itself. There's been a lot of comments about the financial aspects and where the leakage is going to be. I know that I'm shopping at Costco and that a lot of Costco and shoppers are pretty loyal to that, and they're going to different cities. That's leakage that's coming out of this city. Is it being pulled away? I'd love to be investing my tax dollars back in, regardless of the amount. Then you get into the question about the property itself and the land that it's on. Something's going to go there. And we've already seen independent market demand to say that Costco's a pretty good rate of return, regardless of the other deals. So I would encourage you guys respectfully to support the staff recommendation, and I thank you for your careful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is David Kinney. Following David is Hope Castro.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm a resident of Elk Grove. I've lived here over 30 years. I'm also a small business owner, and I'd like to request your support on this proposal. When I got here tonight, I had a whole head of hair. It's all gone now because I don't understand all these numbers. I'm not a numbers guy. What I do know is the city's made a lot of really intelligent choices over the years to develop our region economically, bring employers here, bring jobs here, and I think this is one of the things that's going to go in line with that. Second of all, personally and also with my business, I spend a lot of money at Costco, and every single time I do that, I leave money somewhere else. I like to leave money here in my community. And every single time I spend $1 somewhere else, it doesn't help us here. I'd like to be able to leave my money here, help support this community, and I think this project is going to do that, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Next speaker is Hope Castro. Following Hope is Mike Manaski.
Hi, I'm Hope Castro. I've been in Elk Grove for 15 years. I'm all for the Costco. I'd like to keep the money to stay in Elk Grove, the revenue. There's a lot of unemployed people still in Elk Grove. That these 200 jobs that are out there are really going to help a lot of people financially, too. We've been getting, our taxes need to stay in Elk Grove. The money needs to stay in Elk Grove. Elk Grove's been a wonderful place to live. Like I said, I've been here 15 years, and I am all for the Costco here in Elk Grove to keep the money that I spend on gas everywhere else. I'm keeping it here in Elk Grove because I am a Costco shopper constantly. So just wanted to support this Costco deal here in Elk Grove. And that's it. Just want to let you know we're real excited about it in our neighborhood. Thank you. Okay,
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Michael Manaski. Following Mr. Manaski is Amanda Hall.
Good evening. This is a chapter in the story of the failure of capitalism. Its lesson is quite simple, as are most capitalists. Capital must grow or it dies. Capital seeks more of itself. It is the chicken heart story of early modern radio. As it grows, capital must dominate the landscape, and all capitalists want the same. According to the staff report, Pappas wants 30% of the city's take in annual local taxes. Give Pappas what he wants, and all other future potential landowner developers mentioned in the report will make similar demands. Picture Pappas as the icon for greed, a vanguard of capitalism, Elk Grove's own Gordon Gekko. Greed, for a lack of a better word, is good. Greed is right. Greed works. Greed clarifies, cuts through, and captures the essence of evolutionary spirit. Why is he doing this to us? Well, he and other businessmen are operating on razor-thin profit margins. Capital seeks growth, and seeing a growing population, Pappas is seeking the taxes from that growing consumer sector. Why are we letting him do this to us? The craziness of Elk Grove is that we still believe that we can sprawl and spend our way out of the failures of capitalism. Let's put our obese bodies into our oversized SUVs and waddle down the aisles of a superstore purchasing, as the Coneheads once put it, mass quantities of consumer goods. That's exactly what Costco is about. 5-pound cheese chubs, a year's supply of antacids, and 48 rolls of toilet paper. Even Costco operates on the margins, but it does so by imposing a membership fee. Without the fees, it would go belly up. Perhaps Mr. Pappas could live without the city's tax subsidy for his land by charging an entry fee for customers who seek to enter his property. Such a fee could only serve, paradoxically, to repel consumers at the door. After all, they've already paid for membership to ensure Costco's profitability. The criminal part of this proposal is thievery committed by this council against its people. Tax funds are supposed to be used for the common good, public health, safety, and welfare. Instead, they're being parsed back in large measure to the very powerful individuals who are leading us over the cliff to extinction. Capital is ideologically boundless, but lives in a world full of physical limits. Our overindulgent lifestyles are killing the planet, but above all, us. If the rest of the world were to live as we do here in the United States, the resources of 4 planets would be necessary. We must choose to survive this world together, not in competition. Leave the cutthroat capitalists like Pappas to die alone.
Next speaker is Amanda Hall. Following Amanda Hall is Amar Shagil.
Thank you, City Council. I am very excited to have Costco come to Elk Grove. We spend about $1,000 a month going to either the one on Stockton, Cal Expo, or Roseville. But I'm excited with cautious optimism because when I go to other large box store parking lots, although they have trees in them, they're very small. They only shade maybe 1 car or 2. So I ask, if we move forward with this proposal, to please make certain that the land developer install mature trees or ones that are 5, 6 years old that are already well established and trees that will grow big enough to cover multiple cars. And also listen to the citizens who live nearby the location that this is going into, because I know if I had a home where I would now have a whole bunch of lights coming into my house, that would be a concern of mine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Last speaker is Summer Shigel.
Good evening, Council. I regret my attire today, but hustling back from the Bay Area, I was forced to deal with criminals in Berkeley and then criminals in Sacramento. It is great to be back home in Elk Grove tonight. But I wanted to talk to you about this, and it is always my practice before talking about the issues to thank you for the service to Elk Grove. I know you work long hours. Tonight is just another one of those. Reading the materials to prepare for it, I could see Councilmember Hume was very aware of the report, and I know you all take a lot of time to review those. I reviewed the report myself. So I don't begrudge you your analysis to make a decision that Costco should be in Elk Grove. And to tell you the truth, I don't begrudge a capitalist, an enterprise, a corporation for trying to get the best deal possible. It's not their purpose to protect the city of Elk Grove. But there is a problem with this process. I'm a father of 3, and I care about this city. I'm also the executive board member for the Democratic Party, representing 100,000 Democrats in Assembly District 9, and the politics of this decision are horrible. And I want to offer you a way out of that. You know, when you make this decision, there will be some people who say, look, there are members on the council here who took a lot of money from Pappas. They took money from Pappas, and now they're giving far more money to Pappas. How do we know their decision is okay? You are very rarely asked to give such large amounts of money directly to a contributor. Councilmember Swen is not voting on this because he's not allowed to. He has Costco stock. So there's a requirement that he not vote, even though we all know there's a very tenuous connection between this store and the possibility that his personal finances will be affected. What you all need to do before you make this decision, and actually the first thing you do when you make your own remarks, is to say, yes, I've taken money from Pappas. I didn't know I was going to be faced with this decision, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give that money back. I'm not going to take any money from him in the future. And with the portion of these funds coming in, I want the city to investigate the possibility of a publicly financed election campaign system so that you all aren't faced with these kind of decisions. There will be more down the road, and it is completely inappropriate for you to have to tell the citizens of Elk Grove that, yes, I took this money, but no, it's not affecting my decision. I know you well enough to know that it doesn't, but there are those who are going to say it does, and you need to find yourselves a way out. The first thing that you should be talking about before any other remarks regarding the substance of this decision is, this is how much I've taken from Pappas, or I have taken money from Pappas. I know that's a problem. I'm giving it back. I'm not going to take any more. I'd like a public campaign finance system so I don't have this problem anymore. Thank you very much.
Seeing that there are no additional speakers, I want to close public comment. I want to give the applicant an opportunity to make closing statement.
I think you've had a thorough discussion of the issue here, a variety of views pointed. I would only point out on behalf of the Pappas organization that there's an important public policy issue, important public policy reason, not issue, for approving this project, and that's one of economic development. In approving this proposal, this proposed agreement, the execution of it, you will be creating, helping to create for a long period of time, a very significant revenue stream for the city. That's important to every member of this community in terms of the services the city is able to provide from that revenue stream. And second, and equally important to probably 200 people, are the jobs that will be created, the well-paying jobs you've heard about in this facility. And last, I think you had comments made about leakage. In terms of the dollars that come here, they're coming from places where people shop in Costco elsewhere, and I'll make one more significant point to you. You will not only pick up that leakage, you'll be picking up a fair amount of revenue from people in the southern part of the city of Sacramento as well, which is where I live, who will be shopping at this store. I think the natural travel patterns bring folks down here. You're going to have enhanced revenue, and again, that enhanced revenue will allow you to do a great deal, which is beneficial for the city of Elk Grove.
Thank you, sir. I want to declare the public hearing closed and council deliberation. Care to jump in? Vice Mayor?
Well, thanks, everybody, for the great comments. You know, that's, some of the people feel it's funny numbers, right? But, you know, the reality is it's isolated the deal, whether it's going to pull money from outside the area, pull money that's already being spent at existing Costco's, or whether there's a nexus where you could calculate money that's going from other stores in Elk Grove. This deal is basically strictly looking at the Costco. We're not going to go into all these other erroneous calculations. It's just strictly a flat forecast of what that is. You know, as I look at the Pappas family here, they've done a lot of fantastic things here in Elk Grove. But I think they could attest that I have been probably their biggest nemesis on this item, because I try to be as fiscally conservative and respectful of the public funds as I can sitting up here. So during that analysis, I met with a lot of independent people, not part of the city, not part of the Pappas organization, and went through different scenarios and calculations. And one of the things that nobody's even looked at is, to know where you're going, you have to know where you've been. One of the speakers up here talked about over a decade ago that they had heard Costco was looking at the corner of Bruceville and Elk Grove Boulevard. In 2011, an Elk Grove resident contacted me the year I was the mayor, and he said, "Why isn't an Elk Grove Costco here? My son works in a Costco. There's no reason why there isn't a Costco in Elk Grove." I said, "You're right. Let me make some phone calls." I sat down with Laura Gill and her team, invited Mike DeBroda from Costco here, and we sat here and looked at different ways we could make this work, and we introduced him to all the developers in Elk Grove. He was able to consummate an agreement with the Pappas family. And you can't compare a private sector negotiation and rate of return with what a government sector is. They're night and day. That's why people go into the private sector, because they have no boundaries on on the dollar amount they could make on a project. Whether I agree or disagree, a 14% rate of return could be high, could be low. But that's what has been worked on with the city. And to make it sound like there's been very little thought put into this, it's really easy to look at 6 months ago, this project, roughly 6 months ago, this project was approved after multiple meetings with the Planning Commission and with the City Council, multiple meetings with the City Council, because both the Planning Commission and the City Council required Costco to raise the bar. And so anybody who's here is talking about items that they would like to see differently with the Costco, those hearings have passed. Those approvals have already gone through. There's been multiple public hearings that people had an opportunity. Tonight, this is strictly an agreement being looked at between the City of Elk Grove and Costco. The City of Elk Grove and Pappas. It's not with Costco. Costco did not want to have an incentive program. So at the end of the day, the reason we're this far down the road is because for the last several months, the negotiations have been continue to be churning between the city and the Pappas family. And believe me, nobody's jumping over hoops saying this is the perfect deal for everybody involved. But if you believe Costco's going to come here if we don't do some kind of an incentive, I believe you're wrong, because I've been intimately involved with this. Costco will leave. There's another facility down the road who's begging them to come there. So if they don't come here at this site, they don't want any other site in Elk Grove. They looked by the mall, M&H Properties, they've looked at other developers here in town, and they just don't want it. They want it because this is a prime location. And as what was talked about tonight, this is the potential of being an economic driver for the whole Elk Grove corridor from Laguna Springs to Bruceville. Potentially, when you combine everything, it's close to $100 million. And, you know, in Amar, your issue whether we take campaign contributions, I find it actually offensive, because I take campaign, probably half these people in this room have made donations to me. If I could not vote on every item on a restricted fund that is donated to us, I wouldn't be able to vote on any items. Or I'd have to take money out of pocket to give everything back, and cost me money to run an election, and I'd have to pay out of my own pocket to have a chance to run a campaign. So
Public comment is closed, sir. Vice
So,
Mayor.
you know, and to answer the question, we had, as Darrell mentioned, we've had a totally independent review of this, and the calculations are in the range of a private sector negotiation. You know, there's other facilities in the region that have had these same kind of incentives to put together projects in other cities. It's not uncommon. You know, as I mentioned, there's the Costco factor, not only with the corridor from Laguna Springs to Bruceville, this will overlap beyond that, because you're going to be bringing more people into the area. The Kohl's Shopping Center, there's an anticipated increase there. None of that stuff was actually entered into the calculation of anything. And as was mentioned, if we continued with this project and said, you know what, we're not going to do anything, my gut feeling is there will be no development that will take place. If it does, at best, as we saw that was shown on the charts, there's the 5 next closest retailers would still net the city less money with giving no incentives to those other 5. So is this the perfect deal? No, it's not. That's all I have for now. I'm looking forward to hear what the rest of the council has to say.
Members? Councilman Hume?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So, Amar, I'll start off by saying, yeah, I've received campaign contributions from Pappas in the past. It's been a while, but I have. However, as you know, and you stated, you know me well enough to know that doesn't cloud my decisions. I do my own research. I'm going to discuss some of the things that I've found. And the other thing that some folks have to understand is this didn't necessarily catch us by surprise. We get very detailed briefings from staff. We obviously get requests for meetings from the applicants and the proponents. As the Vice Mayor mentioned, this deal got bantied about pretty severely, and to the point where this is what's put on the table as this is the deal that would work for them. And honestly, he also stated we're not discussing the project, so aspects of the size of trees or that type of thing, that's not what's being considered. It's whether or not to provide this incentive. However, I do want to say that I take a personal umbrage with the statement that we ignored the neighbors, you know, because, you know, when I went back and said Costco had to come to the table with a better design, one of the things that I got them to concede to do was to remove the illuminated red bar on the back side of the building that would have been directly across from the neighborhood, would have served no larger purpose for the project. We did require landscape screening across that whole back of the building. So there were things that were done. And then I will get to this when I discuss this paper, but as was said, Costco is not the one seeking the incentive, the developer is. And Mark Doty, if you're still here, you said something about paying $8 million. And I would counter by saying not receiving is different than paying. And so I'm going to talk about how if you look through a different lens, then it might shift your thinking on this a little bit. So what people have asked me as they've heard of this deal coming forward, and they've asked me is, you know, do you think it's a good deal? Much to what the Vice Mayor just said. And I can't tell you whether or not it's a good deal necessarily philosophically speaking or from a precedent standpoint or what government ought to be doing. But I can tell you why I think it makes sense to the city. And the number one reason is, and this goes back to what Darrell showed in his slide, what the Vice Mayor just mentioned, and what, in doing my own research, I came to find out. And so Costco does annual sales, and this was last year, of $84.4 billion in 487 locations. So that's approximately $173.3 million per store annually. Sam's Club, which is the next highest, does $58 billion in sales over 652 locations. So that's about $89 million per store annually. So 50% of the sales tax generated by Costco is equal to or greater than 100% of the sales tax generated by the next best user that may locate there. Now, let's talk about that. This site was identified back in 2004 when Laguna Ridge specific plan was approved. Granted, we had a pretty severe recession in that time. The site's changed hands several times during that period, but it has yet to develop. And so, as was said, this is where Costco wants to be in Elk Grove. They do not want to be on the 99 corridor because they want to keep their Stockton store open, and they want to keep their Lodi store going strong. However, their second preferred location is Delta Shores, which is under construction and which they've been offered to locate there, given a pretty significant incentive as well. So, in doing my research, I wanted to kind of get my own idea of what this phenomenon is. And so I found a paper, it's Urban Studies, Volume 34, Number 12, and this particular paper was received in its final form in July 1997, so 20 years ago, and it's called Public-Private Joint Ventures for High-Volume Retailers, Who Benefits? And it's written by a couple of gentlemen who, by the spelling of some of the words in the paper, I can tell they're British, but so it says, retail development has become the preferred land use among California cities because sales tax dollars generated by such development have the greatest impact on local budgets. That's important to consider because when people say that we have to have the best interest of the city in mind, sales tax, for good, bad, or indifferent, and they blame it on Prop 13, which, you know, you probably lay a little bit of the blame at the foot of that, but sales tax are the number one source of revenue for the services that the city provides that they do not charge the residents for. So unlike garbage and utilities, for things that the city does, the sales tax are the number one source for that. And it says agencies are particularly aggressive in pursuing high-volume retailers such as Home-Based Price Club, which is now Costco, Kmart, Walmart, and Costco, because of the sales tax they generate and the fact that the city is able to retain 1% of all sales tax. Initially, the tax benefits that flowed to the public were much larger than the subsidies needed to attract those anchor tenants. However, as competition for such tenants among adjacent cities has heated up, an increasing share of the benefits has flowed to the private sector parties in the joint ventures, to the tenants, developers, and landowners. The analysis shows, somewhat surprisingly, that while the city's share of the benefits may have eroded, new performance-based incentives are being employed in the public-private joint ventures that help to protect the city's share. So that's important for a couple of reasons. One, in order to understand whether or not this makes sense for the city, you have to shift the lens through which you look at this deal. And if you want to focus on what the developer gets and the rich get richer and whatever sort of antics you want to put behind this, then yes, you're going to have a jaded view of this deal. However, if you instead look at what the city gets or what the city would get, that will shape your thinking in that manner. And so if 50% is equal to or greater than 100% of what might come, and I can say on good faith that this is the deal put forward, otherwise Costco would locate somewhere else. And so then we get 100% of zero. A variety of factors have combined to make it difficult for retail developers to construct major new centers without public assistance, partly in recognition of the availability of public assistance. Over the last several years, large volume retail tenants have become more demanding with respect to tenant improvements and other concessions from developers. At the same time, they have systematically managed to reduce the effective rent paid to their landlords in shopping centers. So that's why the developer is seeking this assistance. It's not going to Costco. Costco negotiated a good deal for themselves, which then does not make the developer whole for the risk that he's taking. The traditional mechanism of passing all property taxes back through to tenants on triple net leases has in fact begun to break down as the tenants become more sophisticated in understanding that such taxes are not homogeneous and often reflect special assessments imposed specifically on the developer for his infrastructure costs. The general pattern of assistance is fairly widely established in California. Major elements of variation in it have to do with the standards of performance, if any, imposed on the developer of the retail with respect to the fiscal benefits generated. That's important for a couple of reasons. One, again, if Costco outperforms projections, this gets paid off earlier, and that 14.7 cap is effectively reduced closer down to the $8 million net present value. So we want Costco to do well. Now, the objectives of the assistance program for the city are the following. One, predictable cash flow from sales tax revenues. Two, an insulation from risk of sales tax allocation law changes, and creation of synergy for other retail activity in the immediate area. My thinking on this is that this is the theory that a rising tide raises all boats in the harbor, and that the addition of Costco on that Elk Grove Boulevard corridor will hopefully create a traffic that will drive up the sales for the adjoining retail businesses and the remaining center that's adjacent to this project. Attract better tenants, get them to do better business. I'm getting close to the end, I promise. As a general rule, public agencies are insisting more and more that the benefits on which they base their assistance actually be produced. Two general methods are used to accomplish this. One is to dole out the assistance in proportion to the benefits received. Therefore, in other words, we're not paying out a fixed rate, we're paying out 50% of whatever comes in. So it was mentioned as far as the cannibalism. They refer to that as transferred sales tax. Staff did evaluate that. That's why the gas was carved out, because they would see that as more of if you're going to get gas, you're going to go to Costco and you're not going to go to the local gas store. However, most of the business within Costco, they see as a Costco to Costco transfer and not necessarily a Target to Costco or a Best Buy to Costco transfer. And then finally, in their summary, it says, in many jurisdictions, the effective benefit from public assistance is poorly understood. Many cities and popular media regard public assistance concessions as creating unusual or extraordinary profits for the developer. There seems to be reasonable evidence to suggest that this is not the case. Developers are ultimately conduits requiring certain stipulated profit margins. If they cannot make it in one location, they will go to another location in which they can. Retail developments require an 11 to 13% return on cost depending on the level of risk. If those thresholds cannot be achieved at the cost imposed by a particular jurisdiction, the developer and his tenants will go to another jurisdiction where that level of return can be achieved. So this was a 20-year-old paper where this trend was already being recognized, and I can tell you, having lived through the last 6 months since this project has been approved, it exists as strong today as it ever has. And so again, I go back to, you can look at what the IRR is, the individual rate of return is, or what the discount rate of return is, but from my thinking, if you shift that lens that you're looking at, those things become irrelevant, because how much money he makes is not my concern. The income that the city will be receiving is. And so if 100% or 50% is greater than the next 100%, that makes it a good deal.
Okay. Councilmember Nguyen.
I promise you that I don't have a presentation that detailed. As the newest member of this team, I've only been here for the last 2 months. And when this came to me, I had to do a lot of homework, and I had to really read through, meet with staff. And $8 million is a lot. I will never see that amount in my lifetime times 100. And so when I look at that amount, and I look at the fact that that location has been vacant for 12 years, when I look at the fact that if we extend this lease and its second half of it, that we have an opportunity to gain $81 million. And when I look at the staff report and they say of those 5 other locations, the Lowe's, the Targets, Sam's Club, and the Home Depot, it doesn't come nearly as much when we get 100% as opposed to what we're getting right now, which is only 65%. It's no secret that I am a workforce development person. I am all about jobs, and as we talk as a council, that we want to see more jobs come to this city. And the opportunity to have over 200 jobs paying an average of $22 an hour is a good thing for the city. And Councilmember Hume said it best when he said, what we're getting right now of nothing is better than what we wouldn't get, right? And that, when will we have this opportunity again? And so, I look at the city is not coming out of pocket for any of this. And so that's what makes me understand this a little bit more. and to say that, you know, this is a hard decision. This is probably going to be one of the hardest decisions I will have to make here on this council. And I appreciate everybody's input on this as well.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I guess I've gotten a little rummy up here. You know, I started down the road of you have to know where you've been to know where you're going. So part of my comment on that was in 2011, when I sat down with Mike DeBroda from Walmart to now, excuse me, did I say Walmart? Told you I'm rummy. Costco. There's probably close to between a $10 and $12 million loss that the city has not gained by having that Costco here during that time frame. So, you know, the longer these things delay, the more valuable this becomes. So, as I mentioned, I was totally against this in the beginning from just a philosophical standpoint. But, you know, many of the items that have been said tonight from speakers as well as the rest of the council, you know, it's not the perfect deal, but is it a deal that's going to work for everybody? I think it is. So with that, I'm ready to make a motion and move this.
Okay, just want to add my 2 cents as well.
Sorry.
You know, Mr. Gale, for the record, if you're interested in my contribution, it has been disclosed, so you feel free to take a look at those. As you know, as well as I know, contributions doesn't really necessarily affect my decisions in the interest of Elk Grove. Not only that, but Mr. City Attorney, you care to chime in on the free speech issue?
Well, I think what you're getting at is campaign contributions are effectively considered a form of free speech protected by the First Amendment. And so campaign contributions don't form a basis for a conflict of interest that would require the recusal under these circumstances. As was pointed out, Councilmember Suen does have a conflict of interest under the FPPC rules because he has a certain ownership in Costco stock, but campaign contributions are treated differently. So you're allowed to receive those without triggering a recusal. They are treated as a form of free speech.
Thank you, sir. In addition to that, there were a number of, sir, excuse me, public comment is now closed.
You addressed me first. Is that right?
Thank you, sir. In addition to that, there were a number of other speakers that came before us and spoke about the project in itself. Look, we've dealt with this before. The vice mayor, also the council member, have already mentioned this. The opportunity to chime in, to provide input has already passed. I had made the public statement that Costco and also the developer have made genuine efforts in reaching out to the neighborhoods and have dealt this already. In addition to that, in regards to the number of possible box stores, retailers that would come in, I have a question for Mr. Doan. Are any of those possibilities in the city of Elk Grove, are they pushing for this particular site?
I'm not aware that any are particularly pushing for this site. As far as I know, Costco is the only retailer negotiating for this particular site. Is that your question?
Yes, that's my question. Thank you for the answer. In the event that, I guess clarification, you know, I keep hearing incentives. Is this an incentive or is this a profit share? Is the city of Elk Grove cutting a check to the developer?
No, we're not cutting a check to the developer up front.
In the event that Costco makes $0, what do we give the developer?
Nothing.
Thank you. The other issue that was raised up by one of the speakers is because this is a profit share, what does that trigger in terms of prevailing wages?
It's our understanding that under California state law that this incentive would trigger prevailing wage, and that's been factored into the Costco's budget, Costco's construction budget.
Mr. Mayor, the agreement expressly requires Costco to pay prevailing wage at paragraph 11 of the agreement.
Thank you, sir.
Even better answer.
Thank you. In addition to that, I certainly, do we have a representative of Costco here? We do, okay. I hear what one of the speaker had said earlier in terms of encouraging workers to organize in the event that they do. I would encourage Costco to work closely with them to empower the workers, but I wanted to make a point that it is noted in the, as the attorney had mentioned, the prevailing wages is triggered because of that. That being the case, I will be in support of this. And did I hear a motion? Got a motion by the Vice Mayor.
Second.
Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstention? All right, next item.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on, in reviewing the considerable amount of items still ahead, I'd like to move that we bounce 10-4 to a date certain.
All right.
I think there's possibly a couple items that we could move.
That was the only one I saw that was low-hanging fruit.
10-5 can be moved too.
10-5 and 10-4?
10-4, 10-5.
10-4, 10-5?
So I recommend we
Everything
move,
else is time certain.
Okay.
I recommend we move both of those.
So continue 10-4, 10-5?
Your consensus?
Yep, there's consensus here. Yep, good, all right. 10-4, 10-5 moved. We'll continue.
Well, that'll take us
Did
on
you
to
want to
item
identify?
9.5. Oh, go ahead, John.
Did you want to identify a date when those be moved? Perhaps the next meeting?
If the agenda allows, sure.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll put them off in the next meeting.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, if there's nobody signed up to speak, I'd forego staff presentation on this item.
All right, we have no one signed up to speak.
Thank you.
It's just a timing issue with respect to the 404 permit for the Civic Center project.
Yep.
Okay, for the record, want to declare public hearing open, want to close open public comment opportunity, and we'll close public comment opportunity.
Move to adopt the resolution.
Second.
Got a motion, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstention? All right, next item.
It's a public hearing to consider the issuance of bonds by the California Municipal Finance Agency in support of the Bow Street Apartments project.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Sarah Bontrager, your Housing and Public Services Manager. The item before you tonight is a public hearing under the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act. This hearing is required in order for the developer of the 98-unit affordable apartment complex known as Bow Street Apartments to receive 4% tax credit bond financing for the project. Their receipt of this bond financing, along with the 9% tax credit financing they've already secured, means that in combination with the city's $5 million loan that we've already committed to them, that they will be able to move forward with this project. And so we're just asking for the council to hold the public hearing and adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by the Municipal Finance Agency. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions? One question. Councilman?
Yeah. Hi, thanks, Sarah. Just for the public's clarification, it's not the city taking on any debt. It's
Correct. The California Municipal Finance Agency is the debt issuing agency, and the city has no obligation whatsoever to repay the bonds. That is a transaction between the developer and the CMFA.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? No more questions? All right, thank you. I want to declare public hearing open. I want to open for public comment. Seeing there are no speakers, I want to close public comment and declare the public hearing closed. Deliberation, direction.
Make the motion.
Second.
Got a motion, second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention? Next item.
That'll take us to section 10, our regular agenda action items. We've already heard item 10.1, which takes us over to 10.2, which is to consider adoption of the comprehensive operational analysis of the city's local and commuter transit service.
Good evening, Mayor Lee, Vice Mayor Detrick, and Council. My name is Jean Folletta. I'm the Transit System Manager for the City of Elk Grove, and I have Mike Costa with me tonight, Senior Transit Planner. And we are here to talk to you about the comprehensive operational analysis, ask for adoption of that plan, and then also asked for direction on service implementation of a 7.6% service reduction. In consideration of the time, I'm going to go ahead and skip through some of these slides, but we'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them as we go through. The slide is a little bit about background. The next couple of slides are about background. You may recall that we came before you in October, and we went through an extensive presentation on the service plan. And so this is just giving you background on where we've come so far. This next slide goes over the COA content, chapter by chapter. I'll go ahead and move that one. And along with this one, I will point out that, again, in Chapter 5, we included our service plan. It was commented earlier, we took that service plan to the public in August and took the comments that we got from a workshop that we did in August, brought it back to the council with the recommendations that we got from the public at that time, brought it to you in October. The COA configuration is another slide. I think the major point to this slide would be that we have the trunk route that we're proposing, which could eventually act like a BRT that will run along Bighorn Boulevard from CRC to Camera Road. This slide shows the proposed configuration of the local service, and this slide shows the proposed configuration of the commuter service. So now we're getting in more into the meat of the actual presentation. Tonight we'll be talking to you more about the proposed service reductions in the base scenario, and then Mike will be going over the financial plan, and these are the elements that you really haven't heard as of yet. So the three scenarios that we came up with was a base scenario. The level of service in that scenario is consistent with the FY16-17 budget and actual revenue hours we did in 15-16. The 7.6% service reduction reduces those service hours by 7.6%, and 10% service reduction, same methodology. The 7.6 and 10% service reductions are achieved primarily by reducing the proposed reverse commute in the base scenario from 22 trips to 8 trips, eliminating all fixed route service on Sundays and reducing the commuter service in the base scenario by 2 trips. I do want to point out that although these 7.6 and 10% service scenarios are eliminating fixed route service, we will still be operating EVAN under this both scenarios, and so persons with disabilities and seniors will still have the same level of service that they have today. Additionally, the 7.6% service reduction includes evening service on that trunk line from 8:30 until 10:30. This is something that the council mentioned to us when we came to you in October that you would like to see us include. So that 7.6% service reduction actually includes revenue hours added back in to extend the trunk line. This particular slide goes over the service scenarios. And this one, again, goes over the level of service for each of the 3 proposed scenarios. With that, I'll go ahead and let Mike take over. He'll give you really the heart of the presentation on the financial plan.
Gene, just a quick question. Was the 7.6 and the 10%, was that based on productivity, or is that based on a bottom line financial situation that we need to reach?
Good question. Yeah, the premise of the service scenarios was one of the things that we wanted to do is eliminate taking any more general fund contributions. And so these scenarios are taking that into account. And so rather than looking at performance, I guess our goal was to take away that the money that we're taking from the general fund every year, and then do the best that we could with the remaining hours so that we could provide the best service we can. And so really, everything that Mike will be talking about was the balancing act between the revenues that we anticipate receiving, a couple of fare increases that he will go over, and that type of thing. Good question. But yes, it's based on no more general fund contribution, and then extra revenues coming in from fare increases.
So it's essentially a financial target, and not necessarily reflective of ridership.
Absolutely, yes. And then the other thing, and Mike will talk about it, really all the projections that we've made financially are very, very conservative. We did that intentionally, and Michael, again, we'll talk about this in a minute, just because although we know SB1 is very close to being adopted, there's also unease with the federal side of things. So I'll let Mike take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll go over briefly, as Jean mentioned, the financial plan that was prepared for each of the service scenarios that were presented for the base and the 7.6 and 10% reduction scenarios. To start off on this slide, many things Jean has already iterated. However, I will go ahead and reiterate that we are not, in all of these scenarios, we are assuming that general fund contributions to transit's operating expenses is now being taken out of our bottom line surplus or deficit number at the end of the year. So beginning in fiscal year 2018, again, we are not assuming any further general fund contributions in transit to balance transit's expenses. In addition, we are assuming some very common forecasts for some of our primary revenue sources, which are identified on this slide, as well as some common financial assumptions for our capital revenues and expenses, which we'll go over in the next slide. And lastly, as Jean mentioned, we are proposing 2 fare increases to our system, both to the local and commuter services. One will occur, or is anticipated to occur, in January of 2018, as identified on this slide, and the other in July of 2020. So that gives you perspective on the 2 common fare increases that are, again, applicable to all 3 scenarios. To give a little overview of the capital, right now our system operates with 55 buses, and 46 are required for peak service capacity in both the AM and PM service hours, in the peak service hours. All of our COA service scenarios that are proposed before you tonight reduce the requirement for our bus fleet size, as well as our peak service requirement, down to a fleet of 46 buses with peak requirements of 38 buses for AM, PM peak services. This results approximately in a $5.4 million savings in future bus replacement needs for all 3 scenarios. Again, these assumptions are applicable to all 3. As Jean had mentioned, this is kind of now the core of the differences in the 3 scenarios in terms of their differences in projected ridership. You can see that in one case, one of the financial revenues, a large financial revenue that we receive from the federal government, Section 5307 revenues, has some changes over the 3 scenarios, and that's primarily because of the way that revenue source works and how it's based on ridership and also based on our revenues assumed for the future, so that affects that number, as well as the ridership itself. You can see as we're reducing service, we don't have as large of a ridership projected growth over the cumulative 5-year period. You can see actually in the 10% reduction scenario, we're forecasting an actual ridership drop after the 5-year period comparative to where it's at today. In terms of the fare revenue increases, you are seeing a small increase, of course, because of the proposed fare increases in both 2018 and 2020. You'll see an increase across the board. However, based on the service reductions, those increases will be less, assuming that ridership's also going to be dropping at the same time when we increase fares. However, you'll also see that our cumulative operating expenses across the 5-year period of 2018 through 2022 is also increasing, but at a smaller rate because we're reducing service in each of the subsequent scenarios outside of the base scenario. And lastly, the bottom line in terms of the 5-year cumulative surplus deficit, that number actually is characterized in far greater detail in your staff report and attachment 2 in Chapter 6. A lot of those tables kind of lead up to the numbers that are on this bottom line. But basically, you can see that both the 7.6% reduction scenario and the 10% reduction scenario bring us closest to a balance. And again, this balance is assuming no general fund contributions in each of the years 2018 through 2022 for our revenues to operating expenses. So in the 7.6 reduction scenario, you have still a cumulative deficit of around $400,000. And in the 10% reduction scenario, you have a cumulative surplus of around $400,000. So those are the closest to break-even points that we, as staff, had calculated.
Wouldn't logic stand to reason that somewhere between the two is the perfect break-even point?
That is something that, you know, it could be looked at, but we actually looked at, again, it's a culmination of revenue hours that we had to target in terms of blocks of revenue hours that we had to take out given a service or a route or extended hours on Sunday. So it was hard to kind of get those blocks out without affecting the percentages too much.
Okay.
And then we also looked at as staff an analysis of what the proposed surplus or deficit that's identified for each scenario would do to Transit's current fund balance. Some of you may be aware that back in 2005, when this service was formed, we had a significant upfront capital cost that the city has been slowly chipping away at over the years. And what the overall cumulative surplus and deficit does to that fund balance that Transit has is it basically affects whether that fund balance goes up or whether it goes down. In this slide, we actually show what happens to that fund balance if we add back in general fund contributions that are basically based on historic amounts that we've used from the general fund on a yearly basis, or if we keep that general fund contribution out of our transit operating expense and revenue budget and keep things just with the surplus deficit number. So you can kind of see, again, how our fund balance at transit is affected by whether or not we utilize general fund contributions and what that looks like with our overall cumulative surplus deficits. Some other considerations to keep in mind is should we adopt the COA tonight, should council adopt the COA tonight, our services we're projecting to start and implement in October of this year. One of the reasons why there is such haste with actually implementing service within the next 6 months is because we do currently have, under our existing service requirements, we do have a need to replace buses. And we are in the process right now of replacing buses, but it takes a while. It can take up to a couple years to get buses into service from when we order them and receive the funding. And if we do not implement the COA right now, there is a potential jeopardy to service that we could have based on not having enough buses come October when we're retiring a portion of our fleet to maintain existing service levels as they stand now. And so that's one thing to consider that we identified in the staff report. In addition, if that happens, there is a potential we could lease buses from another agency. We have historically in the past done that with other agencies such as Regional Transit or other partners in the region. The other thing to consider is, as many of you are aware, recently Senate Bill 1 did pass legislation, is on desk for the governor's signature, which could potentially provide transit for transit operations and capital up to $1 million annually. Now, with that being said, the current federal administration is in talks with different budget scenarios that are looking at whether or not transit could receive funding, which we right now receive in the tune of $1 to $3 million annually for operating and capital expenses. The federal transit administration, there is some caution to be said that their budget is being looked at very closely right now, and there are proposed reductions to some certain capital programs, as Councilmember Suen had mentioned earlier. Staff, with all of these considerations, is still moving forward with a recommendation of the 7.6 service scenario reduction. We will continue to monitor changes to federal and state funding sources and can bring back service recommendations accordingly to council for consideration at that time. And with that, as I mentioned before, staff is recommending council adopt the comprehensive operational analysis with the 7.6% reduction in service scenario. And both Gene and I are available for questions, should you have any.
Questions? Nope, no questions? No
Thank you.
questions. Perfectly clear. Want to open up for public comment opportunity. I have one speaker signed up, Mr. Mike Barnbaum.
Good evening. Mike Barnbaum, Ride Downtown 916. First of all, we want to thank the staff, the outreach process, and the inclusion of IBI Consulting, working with us and the staff. A lot of work, a lot of hours, months, and stuff went in to get to this point this evening. With that, we have the following we'd like to put into the record for the council's consideration. We recommend the base scenario. That way, riders would not have to go to SACOG with an unmet transit need that they don't have fixed route service on Sunday. And it would help reduce the negative comments SACOG would get regarding if any of the two service reduction scenarios were adopted. With that being said, though, we read through the details, and our members agree to the following. Weekday, midday, and weekend for the routes that are proposed to operate in the COA, 60-minute service. 30-minute service may be a little bit too aggressive, but 120-minute service is more for lifeline service. And so 60 is right in the middle. Commuter, we fully favor the commuter plan. It improves park and ride access described on page 66 in 4 specific details listed in the respective bullet points. Simplifies downtown Sacramento routing to a total of 8 streets in the grid for all commuter routes. Allows for improved cycle times as a result of routing in Elk Grove and Sacramento, that multiple trips can be made while maintaining, preserving, protecting, and defending schedule integrity. Now, a big question or comment came up about Civic Center or City Hall. Here's what we recommend after speaking with the city manager, and thank you for talking with us about this. We'd like the council to provide over a 10 to 20 year period, or whenever this building closes permanently, via routes commuter 53 in Sacramento, local 153 in Elk Grove, and commuter 71 in Rancho Cordova. Temporary service to City Hall until the day it permanently closes to the public, and everything is then at the Civic Center. We'd like the council to consider special event day commuter service in Sacramento starting in FFY 2018, October, for Golden One Center events, adding to the already successes of Roseville, YOLO, SAC-RT, and Capitol Corridor service. Finally, and we'll close with this, we support the proposed E-Tran only fare structure. This coming January, page 77, and July, page 78, July 2020. While honoring basic and discounted passes purchased from other SACOG transit agencies on a Connect card. And we'll discuss with staff going forward potential future route extensions to the Franklin and Watt Manlove stations via Elk Grove, Florin Road, and Franklin Boulevard, so those stations from Elk Grove have some direct service if service under this plan is successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Any questions?
Nope. Next speaker is Paul Lindsay.
Thank you.
Again, good evening. I don't really have any recommendations. I just think it's incumbent upon me to thank the staff for such a thorough report. It allows a layperson as well as an experienced person to understand the reasoning for the decisions and the thought processes. It's a very well put together report, and I thank them for it.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Seeing that there are no additional speakers signed up to speak, I want to close the public comment opportunity. I want to open for council deliberation.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Gene, I just wanted to follow up with Mike's comments. I think your comment about Sunday ridership, Mike, one of the things we looked at, Gene, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you had calculated 59 two-way trips was one of the reasons why, and which resulted in 30, not insignificant, but relative to the cost of service, which was why we discontinued Sunday service in this proposal. And then to your comments about the other routes, I don't know how we can run that scenario in this setting here, but maybe you could talk with Gene Mike and Gene afterwards and see what we can do. So then I'll just add my own personal comments. Was I want to start off by commending Gene and Mike and the staff for all their work on this as well. It was very thorough job, and I think we got a lot more efficient routes out of this thing. If folks who are watching we didn't show what it used to be. We had to overlay the last time, but people might recall, it looks like spaghetti. Let me just put it that way. The original route. So this is much better. It's going to take some adjustments, and but I think overall folks will be happy as they get used to it. And I don't like the 7.6 reduction, but I understand why we're doing it. I just hope that I can only hope that revenue projections will come out better for us in the long run, and we'll be able to expand service, or at least provide a greater level of service at no additional cost to the city. So I support this plan. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Gene, great report, and we've been waiting a long time for this to come back, and is definitely very detailed. Appreciate everything. There's not much more to say. We need to move this forward, and I'll move staff's recommendation.
Got a motion?
I don't know if there's any other deliberation.
Second.
Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Next item.
Take us to item 10.3, which is to consider two option alternatives. First being to award a construction contract for the citywide pavement resurfacing 2017 project, or alternatively, to direct the city engineer to reject all bids and rebid the project.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I have a very short presentation for you. It's 4 slides, including the title slide, so we're going to get right into it. This is the, should I go back here? This is the Citywide Pavement Resurfacing 2017 project. We're looking for award direction. We had 7 bidders. They were all underneath the engineer's estimate. The low apparent bidder was VSS International. And then we looked at the bids, and the apparent low bidder was deemed non-responsive by staff. The reasons for that was because the survey subcontractor professional license wasn't provided. The other issue was the survey subcontractor wasn't registered with the Department of Industrial Relations. So our recommendation is to award to the second low bidder. But as an alternate recommendation, we could also reject all bids and rebid the project. That's it.
Okay, any questions? No questions? All right. No questions. We want to open up for public comment. I have a few speakers. First speaker is John Gladich.
Yes, good evening. Thanks for working so late. I'm here. I'm an attorney representing the second bidder, and just wanted to underscore that the process tonight, the public comment tonight, is not a hearing on whether staff made the right recommendations or not. They determined that a bid that was submitted was not responsive, not that there was anything wrong with the bidder, but that the bid itself was not responsive. As an attorney that represents public works contractors throughout the state, I just am here to recommend that the award be issued, as there's very little reason to reject all bids in a case like this, other than if you're being bullied and generally don't be bullied into not doing the right thing. Rebidding is fraught with all kinds of issues and problems. The bid that was put together was very clear. Multiple bidders were able to meet and be responsive. One was not. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Ryan Wood, and then Will Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Ryan Wood. I am counsel for VSS International. I would like to just address some of the legal concerns that we saw unfold after bids were opened March 14th and brought us up to where we are at today. Just to begin, there are a number of procedural due process problems that are very significant and invite litigation if this project were to be awarded to APS or any other contractor. And I'll just go through them briefly. So March 14th, the city opened bids and issued a notice of intent to award to VSS. So at that point, VSS is hearing nothing until March 27th, when VSS received correspondence from the city enclosing an attached letter, which was a bid protest letter from APS. In that letter, the city was pretty clear, without contacting VSS, without making any investigation, the city made a final determination. The city actually used the words, the city has determined, past tense, that VSSI's bid is non-responsive and the city will be disqualifying VSSI's bid proposal. That is very problematic because the notice of intent to award was issued and VSS was relying on that. Almost 2 weeks passes and all of a sudden they receive word without any notice, without any chance to be heard, that it's being disqualified. That is an absolute violation of due process. They are entitled a chance to be heard, to rebut the points in the bid proposal, and the city staff cannot do what they did. They cannot issue a final determination and then say in the letter, if we missed anything, go ahead and send what we missed and we'll reconsider it. That's like saying the Elk Grove Police pick somebody up for a criminal violation, and then the DA sends a letter to that criminal defendant a month later saying, hey, we had a trial, you lost, we convicted you, let us know if we missed anything. That's not how due process works. You have to give notice and an opportunity to be heard. The law is actually very, very clear on that. But it doesn't stop there. The specifications are very clear. Specifications are written by city staff. These are the rules city staff came up with. The rules say for a bid protest, a bid protester must concurrently, within 7 days after notice of intent to award is issued, must send that bid protest letter to all other bidders so that they can at least get a chance to look at it. That wasn't done by APS. These rules are mandatory. It says right in the specifications, it's mandatory for bid protesters to do this. Failure to do so is a complete waiver of a right to maintain a bid protest. APS is absolutely without standing to maintain a bid protest because they did not send a letter to anybody. First time VSS heard of it, again, was on March 27th when they received it as an enclosure to the letter from the city. That is also a violation of due process. It doesn't stop there. So on March 28th, just after VSS received the letter from the city, apparently granting the bid protest by staff, Mr. Cross, who will speak in a moment, sent a bid protest of his own, protesting the award to APS and rebutting the position. And Mr. Cross will discuss the merits of the bid protest in a moment. But the problem with that is, not only did Mr. Cross do a bid protest, I did one as well, and it's not even on the agenda. Staff made some sort of conclusory determination as to what's going to happen. That is not for staff to do. The law is clear that a hearing is required on a bid protest. You are the governing body to decide whether a bid protest should be granted or not, and it's not even on the agenda. So we have multiple due process violations. Those are my arguments and findings under the law, and Mr. Cross will discuss the merits of the bid protest separately, unless there are any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Will Cross. Following Will Cross is Rick Cross.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and most importantly, any citizens left. My name is Will Cross. I'm a local resident of Elk Grove, Chief of Estimating at VSS International. I put together many of you guys' projects. I take a lot of pride in that. The crosswalk you guys walk across every day is one that I put down. Most of the slur you guys drive on in this city was done by my company as well, or myself. That being said, we were the apparent low bidder, as it was stated. A notice of intent to award to VSS was issued. Seems the Public Works Department made a decision on their own accord to award to a second-place bidder. That being said, second-place bid was more than $100,000 more than the lowest responsive bidder. The award amount on your agenda is at over $3 million. This is $300,000 more than the second-place bidder. Above and beyond that, Public Works is asking for $450,000 more for a second-place bidder. I'm no mathematician, but I do numbers and dollars every day. That's my job. This doesn't pencil out, and it smells all kinds of funny, so I don't like it. It's frustrating on all kinds of levels. As an estimator, when a city doesn't abide by their own rules, their own specifications, it pisses me off beyond all means. As a resident of Elk Grove, I have to start questioning what our Public Works Department is doing with my tax dollars and our tax dollars. Second and third place bid have enormous issues. Both of them, I've got supporting documentations I can share with you guys. I printed a copy for each one of you, highlighted everything that's wrong with second and third place. I still feel to this day that VSS put together a responsive, financially fiscal bid, and we're here to honor that and suggest that you award to VSS International. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rick Cross. Following Rick is Jeff Roberts.
Thanks, guys, for staying so late to hear our arguments here. So, the biggest frustration I have is just not being afforded the opportunity to explain Section G, where the designation of the subcontractors were supposed to be put down on our bid sheet. And it's really quite simple. In the directions of that section, it says that we shall list anyone that will perform work or labor, which would all require prevailing wage. This is what this boils down to, is a DIR number, or render services. Well, under the Land Surveyors Act, Section 8771, this allows a licensed land surveyor to direct a contractor in the work of field surveying. And that's what we're going to do. Our company will do the field surveying. Our company does have a DIR number and was listed at bid time. And so it just frustrates me that we didn't have a chance to explain this. And so we put this guy down, CNA Engineering, as a consultant, someone that was going to come and direct us in field surveying. Because when you go to the DIR, the only thing I have to put on there is a field surveyor, which is a chief of the party, which is a foreman, an instrument man, and a chain or a rod man. Our company is willing and ready to do the work on the project and pay a prevailing wage. And so we put a DIR number for us. We're the prime contractor. It also says in the same section that if the contractor fails to specify a subcontractor or any portion of the work, that he shall be deemed to have agreed to self-perform this portion of work. And so it's a real simple understanding. We put NA under the subcontractor's license column for CNA. We never intended paying prevailing wage to CNA. They don't need a DIR number. And so it's completely frustrating that a $300 application fee that this guy can just go down and pay for to become a DIR contractor, he could do that tomorrow. But our intent is not to pay him prevailing wage because he's a consultant. And the city does this all the time. And so I get choked up because I'm a city. I live in the city as well, and I really enjoy working home here in my backyard. And it's frustrating when just frivolous bid protests like this can kick out a bid, and after all the hard work that we put forth. So thank you for taking the time.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Roberts, and then Amanda Hall is our last speaker.
On a lighter note, it's a lot easier to lay slurry seal when you don't have RVs parked out in the road. So the cost of slurry will stay down for that reason. But thank you very much for taking us tonight and allowing us to make these comments. My name is Jeff Roberts. I'm Vice President, General Manager of VSS International. And I just want to say that, throughout 30 years in the industry, I've been involved in thousands of bids and, been on both ends of the protest process. And I don't think I've ever felt so wronged as what has happened here over the last month or so. And, I say that as a partner with the city of Elk Grove. Over the last 5 years, I think we've done 3 of these contracts. Since 1999, I've been involved in probably a dozen of them with and for the city of Elk Grove. And it's really unbelievable to me that we're really in this situation based on the merits of performance that we've done for the city. We're a contractor that's been in business for 50 years. We're the largest slurry seal, microsurfacing, chip seal contractor really in the state of California and the western United States. Our bid, without a doubt, was the lowest responsive bid. We turn 400 to 500 bids in a year. We're very good at what we do, and we have absolute confidence that this was a responsive bid. And would really like to respectfully challenge everyone to, investigate this a little further. Let's not just throw this out and say throw out all bids. We honestly feel like, there's valid reason to award this job to us. There's $100,000 in taxpayer dollars that have been kind of pushed to the side for the sake of a issue that I think if you really explore the survey issue and the requirements of a surveyor, I think you'll find this cost code that we were talking about with prevailing wages, they're going to have a surveyor that's probably not got a DIR number either. You've probably got surveyors working throughout the city with no DIR number. So, this is the issue. And it's a real ticky-tacky issue. And the way this has been handled by having 2 weeks of communication with our competitor and keeping us out of the loop is totally unbelievable. Vice Mayor Dietrich, you made a reference, a very good reference, about letting the nose under the tent and creating these gray areas. Well, they got inside the tent and they slung some mud on the wall, and then some of it stuck somewhere, and we never got to come in and explain ourselves or explain how simple this issue is. And so now it's at risk of tying up, $3 million worth of work, and that's just unbelievable. So I would really appreciate it if you would, let's think this through a little longer, take some time, look at all the ramifications, and consider that VSS is valid and worthy of this job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last speaker is Amanda Hall.
Hi. I want to get out of here soon, too. So, you all know I just finished law school, and I'm trying to move on with that new career. But prior to law school, I was a contracts administrator. I ran large public bids for a living, and I understand the process of having to have a responsive bid. But it is my understanding that the second highest bid here, APS, was also non-responsive if you look at the actual rules of the law that the city set forth. And as a citizen, $100,000 is a lot. That pays for a couple, well, at least one person's salary here on the larger city council. And
That's more than the entire city council makes.
No, I was meaning the staff members, the support staff.
I know what you meant, I was just teasing.
Yes. There were, in listening to this, there were 7 bidders, and the bid you are considering awarding it to, American Pavement Systems, is out of Modesto. And there's a $100,000 difference. So my question is that increase because of the cost of commuting from Modesto to Elk Grove when the lowest bidder is actually here in Elk Grove? And then I guess if you are still considering awarding it to APS, my recommendation is to go alternatively with rejecting all bids rather than moving forward with APS. Because what I've heard here tonight, it seems that if I were in the position of Brian Stone or Keith Rhodes here in Elk Grove, I would not have considered the response non-responsive. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Seeing that there are no additional speaker, I want to close public comment. I want to open for council deliberation.
I'd like to hear John's response, if we could, to
Mr. Hobbs?
the claims that Mr. I forget which, the attorney for
Sure,
DSS.
yes, no problem. Let me just click through. I took a few notes while they were speaking. One of the concerns seemed to have been that there was a deprivation of due process. They were in fact given due process. Due process under this situation requires notice and an opportunity to be heard. Despite what VSS's counsel says that they were entitled to a hearing, that's a misstatement of the law. There's two different notions to take into account here. There's responsiveness, where you look at the face of the bid. If we reject a bid on responsiveness, the bidder is entitled to notice and an opportunity to be heard, and I'll explain in a moment why they got that. The other concept that I think their attorney is mixing metaphors on is the idea of responsibility. If we are to dub a contractor non-responsible, that means that we're saying they're not competent to do the work. No one is suggesting that these bidders are not competent to do the work. In fact, we think they probably are all competent to do the work. They're all responsible. But if we were going to deem them non-responsible, they would be entitled to a hearing. That's a different situation. It's a higher level of due process. The concern was expressed by their attorney and the representatives of VSS that they didn't have an opportunity to respond. That's in fact incorrect. The letter that was sent to them by staff said that staff had determined their bid to be non-responsive, and at the end of that letter invited them to provide additional information and asked them, if we got anything wrong, please send us whatever you would like to so we can consider whether or not we got it right. We want to give them their due process. If we got it wrong in the initial determination, we want to know, we want to hear what they have to say. So we received two letters from them, one from VSS directly explaining their position, the other from their attorney further explaining their position, which had a lot of overlap to it. The fundamental defects in this bid are as follows. One, they did not list the license number for one of their consultants, their subcontractor. They used the term consultant, but it's a subcontractor under the terms of the Exhibit G, Section G of the bid documents. What that document says is that if you list a subcontractor here, you have to list the license number and a DIR registration number. It would appear that the surveyor that they listed is in fact licensed as a surveyor. If that were the only defect, that might be a defect that the City Council could consider waiving as what we call a minor informality. You don't have to waive it. You can require strict adherence to the bid documents, but you could waive that if you so chose. The deeper defect, though, is that they did not list because they don't have a Department of Industrial Relations DIR registration number. What that does is that is a number that is issued to them. Again, as I think I heard tonight, I think it's accurate, it was the payment of a $300 fee. Why this consultant doesn't register the DIR, I can't answer, but it's undisputed that they are not. What you heard tonight was that they're only being used as a consultant. They're not really doing any work out there. Whether that is true or not, it's not revealed by the face of the bid. When we look at responsiveness, we're only allowed to look at the face of the bid. The face of the bid says that they're doing surveying. Surveying is expressly included under the prevailing wage laws as being covered by prevailing wage laws. When you look further down in the same area of the prevailing wage statutes, it says that anyone doing work on a public works is required to pay prevailing wages, including surveying under the terms of the statute, must register with the DIR and have a DIR number. What the statutes go on to say, I'll find it because I think it's important, is that contractors that are required to be registered may not even bid on or be listed in a bid proposal or engage in performance on a work on public works. So whether or not the bid protest was timely and whether or not the bid protester served the protest on all interested parties, as they probably should have under the rules of our bid documents, is somewhat non-determinative of this, because the defect in their bid is effectively what we call jurisdictional. We couldn't award it to them anyways because the defect is a fundamental defect. They've listed someone who is not allowed to work on a public works project because they're not registered with the Department of Industrial Relations. I heard a moment ago from their attorney that it's mandatory that the bid protester serve on the other bidder's notice of their documents. So if they want to hold to the strict terms of the agreement, which seems they want to in some contexts but not others, it's also mandatory that you list your license number and that you list your DIR registration number. So the city council can, if it so chooses, hold to the strict terms of the bid specifications and throw the bid out on that. Some of those, I suppose you could probably waive, for instance, the license number for the surveyor. If they are in fact licensed, we think they probably are. But the DIR registration number, state law says you can't even be listed on a bid if you don't have that number. So because of that, that was with staff's determination that the bid was non-responsive. Obviously, staff does not make that final determination. That's for the city council to make, so that's your decision tonight. So the staff's recommendation is twofold. One, if you'd like to proceed with this bidding and award the contract, the bid should be awarded to the second low bidder as the lowest responsible bidder. Alternatively, and to avoid what is pretty obviously a threat of litigation, if you'd like to reject all bids and rebid it, have the bidders sharpen their pencil and get it right this time, and maybe you'll get better bids, then you always have that option.
Okay. Anyone else? Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, John, when you were briefing me on this item, you mentioned that one of these laws had changed 2015 or 2016. Which aspect?
Yeah, thank you. So the requirement to register and list your registration number on the bid specs, that went into effect January 1st, 2015. So it's a relatively new law. And what I've seen doing this type of work is not all contractors have quite caught up to the new law. I don't know if that's what happened here or if it was an intentional listing as NA as opposed to the DIR registration, but I have seen it in other contexts, given the newness of the law, that some people simply don't list it. But that is the law as of January 1st, 2015.
Okay. And then can you, or I don't know, maybe you, Bob, you know, it was a pretty intentional and large bold print NA rather than the listing of the license numbers. Why did staff potentially award the bid if that's considered to be non-responsive?
I think, quite frankly, staff didn't realize that that requirement was there. I think it's something we missed, and it happens every so often.
So even staff hadn't become familiar with how the law
That's
had
true.
changed in January.
And so, I mean, it's one thing we're circling back with staff and obviously hitting on that point, saying, you know, this is important. We've now seen this, and we need to make sure we check this on every single bid from now on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? No? All right. How shall we proceed?
Well, I've been concerned about whatever we do, there'll be litigation from one side or the other. So my recommendation is going to be alternative two. So I'll move that if there's a second.
Get a motion?
I'll second it for discussion. And I'd just like to say that as far as I can see on this, and you know, the mayor and I sit on the sanitation district board where I don't think we've let a single contract that didn't have a bid protest come forward, and there's always nuances as to why that happens. And I think in this case, generally, there's enough blame to go around between the bidders and not being familiar with the requirement of this law or specifying that it was a consultant as opposed to a true subcontractor. Staff has some culpability in it. I think the second lowest put up the bid protest not within that timely timeframe. So I'd go along with what the vice mayor says, and I think the only way to be clean about it is just throw them all out and come back with a new bid.
So to be clear, your motion, Vice Mayor, was to reject all bids and rebid, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Got a motion? Got a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstention? All right. Next item.
Take us to section 11, which is to convene the City Council and Finance Authority joint regular meeting.
Okay, I want to convene the City Council and the Finance Authority joint regular meeting. Mr. Clerk, if you can roll call, please.
And just for that roll call, visual roll call, all members of the City Council are here. All members of the City Council serve as the members of the Finance Authority, so you're all here for both of those bodies. Just a note, as we take actions, you are taking an action as the City Council, and it's also being asked that you take an action as the Finance Authority. My last item on this is that there's no additional compensation that any of the council members receive for serving on the Finance Authority. With that, I'll turn it over to Brad.
This item, excuse me, before you tonight is the adoption of a debt management policy, is in response to SB 1029 that was recently effective, and the debt policy is aligned with the Government Finance Officers Association's best practices. There is a presentation if you'd like me to go through it in any more detail. But basically, even before the formalized adoption of the policy, the practices that are listed here were things that the city adhered to in earlier debt issuances.
That's all I need to hear. Thank you.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Want to open for public comment, seeing that there's nobody signed up to speak. Want to close public comment. Council deliberation.
Motion 1.
Got a motion? Got a second? All in favor of motion 1, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? All right.
Motion 2.
Motion 2, second. All in favor?
Quick clarification, the first motion was as a city council. This motion 2 is your action as the finance authority. So,
Okay. Thank you, Jason. Got a first, got a motion, got a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstention? All right, we're done. 11:45. Adjourn.
It's not even December, right?